Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This panel will begin now. My name is Nihal Saad. I'm the director of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, and I'm very pleased to be the moderator of this session. I will start by a few introductory remarks, and then I will introduce the distinguished panel that we have for this morning. This session is particularly interesting as it is the first session that really zeroes on hate speech. Before we start the discussion, I would like to flag three important issues. Next Sunday, that is the 18th of June, will mark the International Day on Countering Hate Speech. In July 2021, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution in which it highlighted global concerns over the exponential spread and proliferation of hate speech around the world, and adopted a resolution on promoting interreligious and intercultural dialogue and tolerance as a tool to counter hate speech. This is very much relevant to what we will be discussing this morning. Second, yesterday, the United Nations Security Council unanimously adopted a resolution that was tabled by the United Arab Emirates and the United Kingdom. The resolution 2686 on tolerance and international peace and security recognizes that hate speech, racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, related forms of intolerance, gender discrimination, and acts of extremism can contribute to driving the outbreak, escalation, and recurrence of conflict, and undermine initiatives to address the root causes of conflict and prevent and resolve conflict, as well as reconciliation, reconstruction, and peace-building efforts. This we consider as a breakthrough resolution because the resolution, as I said, was unanimously adopted yesterday. As we all know, United Arab Emirates is the current president of the Security Council. And yesterday was quite a high level briefing at the Security Council where we saw religious figures, civil society organizations, and government officials attending this important event. Now, the third point is about also a development that we had at the United Nations, where last week the Secretary General of the United Nations launched a policy brief to promote information integrity on digital platforms. It proposes a code of conduct to help member states, digital platforms, and other stakeholders make the digital space more inclusive and safer for all, while defending the right to freedom of opinion and expression and the right to access information. In today's session, we are going to be exploring we will see how parliaments, it's very good that we have parliamentarians with us today, and we are going to be discussing also the role of religious leaders, the role of civil society, and the role of parliaments in countering hate speech and providing counter-narrative to hate speech, discrimination, and the xenophobic rhetoric based on religion, belief, gender, ethnicity, race, or color. So parliaments are challenged to delineate the boundaries around freedom of speech and where it becomes incitement to violence, and find ways to translate this to the digital space. Of course, in all our policies and all frameworks that we are talking about, it is very much a key that all the policies are rooted in human rights and international law, and in a way that balances between the freedom of expression, freedom of religion or belief, which are two interrelated fundamental freedoms based on Articles 18 and 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the distinguished panelists for today, and the way it will go and how this panel discussion will be structured is that I'm going to introduce them and give the floor to each one of them to introduce their work and how is it related to the topic of the discussion that we have today. I will start with my right-hand side, Dr. Ali Rashid Al-Nuaimi from the United Arab Emirates, Chairman of Manara Center for Regional Coexistence. The Honorary Karen Bradley from the UK, a Member of Parliament. And from my left side, right side still, Imam Salahuddin Barakat, Amana Center from Sweden. And from my left-hand side, I start with His Eminence Elder Metropolitan Emmanuel Adamakis of Chakadon. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. And we have as well Ms. Daisy Hanara from Indonesia, former IPPF FOB, current ASEAN Secretariat, and Rabbi Moshe David Hakohen from Amana Center, also Sweden. I will give the floor to Dr. Ali Rashid. Sorry. Dr. Ali Rashid Al-Nuaimi from the United Arab Emirates to give us a brief introduction of his current work and the work that he is doing with the Manara Center for Regional Coexistence.
Thank you, Nihar.
Microphone is... Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Peace and blessing. Good morning, gentlemen. Gentleman is shifting to English, I suppose.
You know, I think it's very important to acknowledge this great event that we are attending now. I believe this is a breakthrough when it comes to dealing with the hate speech. The initiative that the IPU initiated by bringing parliamentarian and religious leaders, I think this is a new start where we will start engaging politicians, parliamentarian leaders with religious leaders. We have an issue in the past, but we are living in the 21st century. And we see how our communities, our society, globally also and regionally facing so many challenges. We will not be able to counter these challenges and overcome them unless we work together, parliamentarian and religious leaders. I know religious leaders are very open to engage with everyone, but we have an issue with parliamentarian and politician because they see an area that might be, you know, they feel they are the owner, and engaging other, it might be a threat. From my experience, what we are doing in the UAE, we see the added value of engaging religious leaders. They are there, they are very influential, they are wise, most of them. We need to engage with them. They have a role to play. Either they will play their role through a partnership with parliamentarian and politician, or they play it on their own. It's okay. The time is over. It's better that we engage with them, you know, and create a common and a shared partnership, a plan to work together to counter the common threat, to save our community, to face the common challenges that we are facing as humanities. So it's very important that we be flexible and start engaging with religious leaders. Just listen to them. See the great added value that they can bring to our work. So see the good things that they have in their belief and their religion that will enable our community to live in peace, respect, acceptance, and enjoy a real harmony. We can't do that unless we engage with them. My argument is this: give him the opportunity to engage. Listen to them. Create a dialogue. We did that in the UAE. This is why we created many initiatives. We created the Muslim Elders Council. We created the Promoting Peace Forum. We created the Abrahamic Family House. We created Hidayah Center. We created lately Manara Center, because we see that there is an issue in our region, and globally actually, related to hate. And it's very important that we counter hate regardless of the source of the hate or the targeted audience. Hate is a crime, regardless where it's come from. We have to come together. This is why the UAE adopted and sponsored the resolution that was adopted yesterday by the Security Council related to countering hate. We need to do that, and we will not succeed unless we work together, parliamentarian and religious leaders. And believe me, once you start engaging with religious leaders, just give them the opportunity to listen to them. You will start building bridges of trust, respect with them. And later on, it will be a shared responsibility to protect our community, to make sure that everyone in our community enjoy acceptance. What we need actually to work on the ground with community leaders and especially religious leaders to make sure that everyone in that community is accepted and respected, and he has the same right as others. And this is where we, or parliamentarian and politician, will not be able to adopt the inclusive citizenship unless they engage the religious leaders. And this is,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you, but also we will have you will have another opportunity to talk about the good practices, particularly of the United Arab Emirates, when it comes to promoting the values of tolerance, compassion, mutual respect, as a tool to counter also hate speech, and to zero on also the work of Manara. You rightly said that that there is an added value for engaging with religious leaders, and this is a very good example. This conference is bringing together for the first time parliamentarians with faith leaders and religious leaders and faith actors, and that's why it is particularly significant. You mentioned the UN Security Council resolution yesterday, and as a matter of fact, in the operative, third operative of that Security Council resolution, it encourages all relevant stakeholders, including religious and community leaders, to because they have influence, they have credibility within their communities, to speak out against hate speech. We thank you very much. We'll get back to you with more on that issue and what the United Arab Emirates is doing. I turn now and give the floor to the Honorary Karen Bradley from the UK Member of Parliament. And as I said earlier, that resolution, and I keep mentioning it because it is a breakthrough resolution at the Security Council. The UK also was one of the sponsors of that particular resolution. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the work that you are doing, how the position that the UK is taking on that particular issue of curbing hate speech, while at the same time doing keeping the balance and maintaining the balance between the freedom of expression and countering hate speech.
Thank you very much, and it's an honour to be sat on this panel and also next to a fellow co-sponsor of the UN resolution, because I think that demonstrates as visibly and as tangibly as is possible that we are working together. And I echo everything that my colleague has said about the importance of this dialogue and the fact that the IPU has shown this global leadership in bringing together politicians and faith leaders, because it is far too easy as politicians thinking about the next election to try and find dividing lines, to try and put clear water between ourselves and our political opponents, when we have to actually accept that there is no political philosophy or faith or nation or region or any individual who has the answers to the problems that we all want to solve. And what we've come is very clear from this week is that we do all want to solve those problems. Now, you asked me about specific examples and the way that the UK approaches this, and I used to be the minister in our Home Office with responsibility for hate speech, and brought out in 2015 the latest iteration of our hate crime strategy. And it's not an easy thing to tackle, I'll be quite clear with you, because there is this conflict between free speech and protecting the rights of those that should not have hate speech against them, and teaching law enforcement, judiciary, and others as to what to look for and to not go too far so that there is a backlash, but also to protect those that need protecting is not easy. But actually one of the things that I found as a minister, and I still find in my role as a parliamentarian, is that it is faith groups that help us to be able to deliver our policy aims. So when I look at the hate crimes against our Muslim community in the United Kingdom, it is the Tell Mama organisation, backed by the government, with a faith-based foundation that is the safe place that people can go to report hate crimes against the Muslim community, because law enforcement is often too threatening. Politicians are too threatening, but a member of your community is somebody you can trust. This is true also of the Community Security Trust, which again the UK government backs to support hate crimes to stamp out hate crimes against our Jewish community, from Orthodox to secular. This isn't any particular part of the Jewish community. If a hate crime is conducted against a member of our Jewish community, an anti-Semitic crime, the Community Security Trust stands ready to be the reporting portal to make sure that the right action is taken. It is a safe place for people to go and report, knowing that they are not going to be threatened and that they're going to be taken seriously. That's really, really important. And it's our faith-based groups. I look at our NGOs, something like the Salvation Army, which operates in 133 countries. Actually, we deployed the Salvation Army to run our support nationally for victims of modern slavery. They run our national reporting mechanism. Again, because they are a non-threatening but very, very effective body in delivering the support that's needed for those most vulnerable people. And then I moved to those crimes, those gender-based crimes, those hate crimes against women, the gender-based violence that we face, things like forced marriage and female genital mutilation, where women are cut, where women's genitalia is cut so that they can never enjoy sex in their lives. This is not acceptable, and it is faith-based organisations that we have that have helped to stamp that out and to eradicate it in the United Kingdom, and to help to educate overseas that this is not acceptable. So I think this dialogue is utterly essential. We have to work together, and we have to take tribal party politics out of this and recognise that we all have the same aims.
Thank you very much, the Honorary Karen Bradley, and certainly the United Kingdom is exemplary in that sense of engaging with faith-based organizations and religious leaders, recognizing their role within their communities. That's not something that is quite I must say, common in other European countries, and that's why it was also very significant that the UK was a co-sponsor of that particular resolution. We'll come back to the position of other European countries when it comes to freedom of religion or belief, and the freedom of expression, and what they would say is the right to insult other faiths or the adherents of a particular faith. A very timely topic that we should be discussing today, also with the distinguished panelists. Sorry about that. I give the floor now to Imam Salah ad-Din Barakat, Amana Center in Sweden, and the city where Imam Salah ad-Din Barakat and where Amana Center is based is Malmö in Sweden, a beautiful city that I've been to a couple of years ago, which hosted an important meeting on combating anti-Semitism. And I've seen firsthand the diversity in the city of Malmö. But Imam Salah ad-Din, the floor is yours. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the work of the Amana Center.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for inviting to this esteemed panel, and I think I will share some of the trials and errors of our work in Sweden and the experiences that we've had from that, working, of course, with this very important question of racism and hate speech. I think what we felt and sensed very early on in our work is that it's very important that this work goes beyond the borders and limitations that do exist in different forms in society. I think that, for instance, this work is so important that it should be above different politicizations and political agendas. It should be beyond left or right, beyond east or west or north or south. It should be something that concerns everyone. And unfortunately, undermining this work very often is that it is used or abused in a politicized manner, and also becomes, the minorities of different countries becomes almost like a brick in a game with the majority political parties and similar. So I think going beyond that is very important. Another thing that we felt as necessary is actually going beyond dialogue, going into practical work on the ground. Very often in interfaith contexts, it's representatives that gather and speak, and the speeches are very beautiful and very philosophical and deep sometimes. However, the practical work is seldomly as anchored with majority populations and the different groups that are relevant for this work. So I think we brought down the work from the high level to the actually groundwork and down to earth, and I think those practical aspects are very important, and thus it becomes also almost as a responsibility of those in power to facilitate that without having too large hands in it. We also saw that, of course, we noticed in Sweden, and I know that it's similar in different places in Europe, that there is some kind of discrimination in the anti-discrimination work. So you see that different groups, different minorities are tended to differently when it comes to resources, when it comes to time, when it comes to how motivated one is in working against hate towards one group. It might be not similarly, you might not be similarly motivated or similarly engaged in dealing with hate crimes against other groups. And that makes the work, it undermines the work, it makes it less serious, and it tends in the long run to affect all groups. So I think to be consistent in the work and dealing with all groups on an equal manner is a very important issue that we've learned with this work. A last point that is important to bring with us, I think, very often in the context of anti-discrimination or hate speech, there is a focus on the worst kind of crimes, the hate speech or the hate crime acts. However, I think it's very important, especially for governments and people in power, to be self-reflective of structures within society. I know in Europe we've been very good and come very far when it comes to the work of empowering women, for instance, or in the work of LGBTQ rights and similar. There's been lots of work done in that field, showing structures which is discriminatory. I think similar work needs to be done, specifically when it comes to religious minorities. Because in Europe, we do have, in a lot of the European countries, some kind of sensitivity when it comes to religion, and there's been, of course, a historical, there are historical reasons for that with the church and similar. However, today, for instance, when you speak about the right to insult religion, when these rights came in, religion was a huge power, and it was a way of dealing with that power. Today, the insult towards religion is hitting against minorities and is increasing hatred in such a sense. So I think it's important to put in this new context of Europe with a lot of new religious minorities to the equation of democracy and to the equation of anti-discrimination work. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Imam Salahuddin Barakat. We will also, it's interesting, of course, the work of the center, which we will be discussing further, and we will be putting the other side of the story, or what complements the work of the Amana Center when we give the floor to Rabbi Moshe David HaKohen, but later I will have to go as with the order in which I introduced this panel. I turn now to His Eminence Elder Metropolitan Emmanuel. And we've known each other for such a long time. You've been very proactive when it comes to promoting interfaith and interreligious dialogue in your different capacities. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you are doing, your current capacity, and also the importance of interreligious and intercultural dialogue as a tool to counter hate speech and provide a counter narrative. I also want you to talk about the interdependence and interrelation between the freedom of religion or belief and the freedom of expression. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Metropolitan Emmanuel. I am from the Ecumenical Patriarchate. I'm here as a board member of CAICID, International Center for Interreligions in the Cultural Dialogue, but also I see my friends from Religious for Peace, where I'm co-moderator, and also I'm a board member of Interfaith Alliance for Safer Communities. So with this experience, I'm very glad that I can say that it's very interesting that we see that parliamentarians are interested in the question of religion itself. Religion, it appears as a central dimension of human life, both in the personal and social levels. And the crucial functions of religion are evident in the following 4 areas. First, that the religion is connected with the deep concerns of human being. It provides answers to crucial existential questions, giving orientation and meaning of life, and religion opens to human being as dimension of eternity and depth of truth. Second, that religion is related to the identity of peoples and civilizations. And this is why the knowledge of belief in religion of the other is an indispensable precondition of understanding otherness and establishing dialogue. Third, religion has created and preserved the greatest cultural achievements of humankind, essential moral values, solidarity and compassion, as well as respecting of the whole creation. And fourth, religion is a vital factor in the peace process. St. Paul said that God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. And in that regard, the role of us as religious leaders is often a role that becomes paradoxical. And it is not enough to say that those who promote hatred, violence, and terrorism in the name of this or her religion are blaspheming faith in God. It is not enough to say that they are hijacking the principles of faith in order to bring fear to the people. And it is not enough to say that that in their hands faith has become a deadly ideology. Religion definitely can bring something that we need in today's world. And I think in this respect, what we are doing in promoting inter-religious and intercultural dialogue is very important, because in this way we can see that the other is not a stranger, but someone very close to me. And there is a possibility for a peaceful coexistence and cooperation among faiths. In this way, we can combat any kind of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or even Christianophobia in some cases around us. And I think the question of interreligious dialogue is the only way forward, is the only way that we can see light in the darkness. And I think we have to distinguish, as the moderator said, that the question of freedom of expression and where does this start my right to exist, to say that I am someone who has a faith. It's not so obvious in many countries. We have to see that this freedom is based on democratic values. And we all, of course, respect democracy and values, but we have to make it more evident if we need a better world for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence, Elder Metropolitan Emmanuel, and very interesting points that you raised, and we will follow up on these points later in this discussion. I give the floor now to Ms. Desi Hanara from Indonesia, former IPP, FOB, and current ASEAN Secretariat. The floor is yours, and we probably you can elaborate a bit on the interdependence of Articles 18 and 19, the freedom of religion or belief, and the freedom of expression, how they are both interrelated and interdependent.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for the generous introduction. I would like to also thank the IPU and the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, as well as the partners for the invitation to speak at this distinguished panel. I would like to speak also from the perspective and experience of Southeast Asia, since I was involved in the setup of a regional grouping called Southeast Asia Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, and this was part of the regional network of IPP4. So as we know that Southeast Asia is a region which is prone to conflict, and it has a long history and pleasant dealings with atrocities and human rights violations. And the region has also saw the proliferation of hate speech, some of which have transpired into physical violence. So in response to that, some of civil societies have undertaken considerably good practices that I may want to share in this panel. For instance, the CIPFOB has undertaken an initiative by utilizing the legislative mandate of the parliamentarian in advocating that the draft bills on hate speech that was tabled in the Parliament of the Philippines are to be in line with international law and standard. So the C4 was presenting the legal analysis, and the legal analysis was done in consultation with the expert in the region, including Article 19. And at that time, the C4 members presented and proposed direct amendment to the bills. And the bill and the amendment were accepted by the committee and also by the drafter of the bill itself. And it shows that the members of parliament who are involved in this grouping, they were able to utilize their legislative mandate in consultation with civil societies and experts to ensure that the law on hate speech will not disproportionately restrict freedom of expression and opinion, as well as principle of equality and non-discrimination. And on that, I will touch upon the question from the moderator. I think freedom of religion or belief and freedom of expression are intertwined. I think on that basis, both minority and majority can utilize the freedom of expression to promote tolerance, peaceful coexistence, and all the notion that the forum is after. And also, I believe that there have been a number of international standards that we can refer to when it comes to the intersection between freedom of religion and freedom of expression. We can look up to Rabat Plan of Action, for instance, where there is a standard on, because there's a distinction where hate speech, right, could be categorized as a lawful speech and also a hate speech that constitute incitement to discrimination, violence, or hostility. And I think Rabat Plan of Action give a specific element that we should consider when determining that a hate speech would constitute as an incitement to discrimination, violence, and also hostility. And I think the UN Plan of Action and Strategy also provide a clear guidance for us to refer to when it comes to distinguishing between the lawful speech and also the hate speech that may be prohibited or that should be prohibited under international law. For instance, when the speech constitutes a call for genocide, or when a speech constitute or amount to incitement to violence, discrimination, and hostility. So I think there is limit to freedom of expression when it amounts to incitement to discrimination, violence, and hostility. And I think it's still widely debated, the conception and the characterization of hateful itself. And hence, there is no international legal definition of hate speech. But however, I know that the UN Plan of Action and Strategy has put forward, a definition to hate speech that we can refer to in the Plan of Action. So if I still have time, another example that I would like to bring to the table is that the ASEAN Parliamentarian for Human Rights has recently issued or adapted or published a toolkit for parliamentarians to deal with, to promote counter-narrative towards migrants. And I think this can be easily replicated in the context of hate speech toward religious minorities. And I think the toolkit contains a number of very practical ways for MPs on what the MPs can do when it comes to standing up for hate speech. For instance, parliamentarians can, review the legislation and to make sure that whether they are in line with international standards and whether they are regulating the online hate speech, because online hate speech is increasingly proliferating, and I think the traditional policing is not enough to be relied on. And also, the toolkit also give a guidance on how to distinguish all the type of speech that I presented earlier. And also, I think parliamentarians can help the passage of legislation that can, improve international response to prevention of risk of atrocities, for instance. And I think it's worthwhile to refer to that toolkit because it can be easily contextualized to the context of hate speech toward religious minorities. And I think European Council of Europe also has published a toolkit on specifically on hate speech as well, and I think it's tailored to the context of legislation within the European Convention on Human Rights, and I think those advocacy tool could be utilized by parliamentarians, by religious leaders in advocating for the tackling of hate speech and also the prevention of incitement to violence.
Thank you. Thank you, Desi Yanara. Thank you. And maybe, sorry, if you would be interested, you can approach Desi after this session and get a link to the toolkit and know more details about the toolkit that they developed. But just wanted to comment briefly on something that you've said regarding the definition, established definition of hate speech. There is existing policy frameworks on how to define hate speech and determine the severity of hate speech. And as a matter of fact, this country, the Kingdom of Morocco, laid the foundation of how we define hate speech when they introduced the Rabat or adopted the Rabat plan of action on hate speech with specific criteria that is widely and broadly, where the work of the United Nations is broadly based when it comes to hate speech, is broadly based on the Rabat Plan of Action. And we can talk about it later, but also included is the UN strategy on countering hate speech, which is basically based on the Rabat Plan of Action on hate speech. I give the floor to our last speaker, who might be able to complement also what Imam Salahuddin said about the Amana Center, but now from a Jewish perspective, Rabbi Moshe David HaKohen from the Amana Center, Sweden.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Our center, Amana, is called the Jewish Muslim Partnership of Trust. It's not called an interfaith center, it's not called a dialogue center. We try to focus on trust and not, first of all, noting that, and we've heard in previous panels, how trust is a major issue, that we're losing trust. When we ask ourselves, why are we losing trust in society? I think, and when we talk about countering hatred, we also must ask ourselves, we're talking here about damage control. And whatever laws we implement as damage control, it's putting a Band-Aid on the wound, but it's not dealing with the source itself. Where is all of this hatred coming from? We're facing more and more challenges regarding hatred with the digital world that come as a lack of interaction between people. People are no longer seeing one another. Even in the public sphere, people are stuck in their iPhones, and by doing so, we're losing trust, which is created in basic interaction between people. I would suggest that the islands of trust that are left are actually within the religious communities and within community base in general. And that religious leaders are, in that sense, those who are connected to places in which interaction is actually going on. Just a couple of weeks ago, the Imam and I were on a panel at the Faculty of Law in Lund University, together with the Archbishop Emeritus and a professor of law. The question was posed to us, well, what do you religions say about this balance between the freedom and constriction that we're talking about here? What would you as a rabbi say Judaism says about the laws of blasphemy, for example? What is allowed and what is not? And the answer that I gave, the reply was, we don't talk about that. We talk about responsibility. We don't talk about hate. We talk about moral responsibility. We talk about values. This idea of how do I relate to those around me, the relationship that I have to those, and the principle that we have in all the monotheistic religions of loving the one close to us, love thy neighbor as thyself, love the one closest to you would be the literal translation from the Torah, from the Bible. Loving the one closest to you means looking at the person next to me in the eye. Many times the digital world that we actually live in creates distance between us and those around us. So those who are promoting responsibility and moral values, and it's wonderful to hear about the UN conduct of law, but what is religion if it's not creating a code of conduct for thousands of years? That's what religions have been doing. And I pose the question, do those legislators out there trust the fact that that is what religion is doing in the world? And to realize that those who are not doing so are abusing religion, as we heard here previously. Who can counter those who are abusing religion are the religious leaders themselves, who are in the synagogues, who are in the mosques, who are in the churches, who are the ones who are giving the message of what moral values are through our religions. Those are the ones who can also not only promote reporting, which is very true as we heard from the UK, but also those who can work and give the true values to counter the hatred itself. I'd like to share an actual example, a concrete example from Amana, in which we're working on the ground to, within Swedish society. The word relatability is very important, because are you creating projects that are relatable to the youngsters in that they can understand, because many times there's a lack of understanding that what I'm doing is actually hateful and what that is doing to society. We have a project which is called a Belief and Trust in English, in which it's a digital e-simulation program in which we're creating a game sequences for youngsters, which will hopefully be spread throughout Sweden, in which the kids are playing games on digital tools to understand what it is to live as a Jewish and a Muslim youngster in Sweden, the challenges that we face with our religious identity in a secular country, but also the basic hatred, daily hatred that we face, which is throughout society, whether there is a Jew or a Muslim in the room or whether there is not. So bringing forward tools like this in which kids can relate to them is extremely important. I think those on the ground know how to do that. Civil societies and religious actors know how to do things, because that is our job as educators in order to make things relatable. When I speak in the synagogue, if I'm not relatable, I'm going to lose the next generation. So being experts in relatability, I would say that religious leaders are the ones who can work on such educational platforms, and all that we need is the support, and also we need for the governments to come forward and promote this and to give the proper funding as well, so that we can do the work that we know how to do. If we were to work coming from this and the positive example of this conference, I think it's very natural that we work together. This is the only way not only to do damage control, but actually to work in a productive way to promote the values that we all believe in the democratic countries that we come from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Moshe David Hakohen, and we have almost 1 hour for the session. We started late, so maybe we can ask for an 15-minute extension since we started late. But I will have another round of comments from the distinguished panelists, after which we will open the floor for interventions from the parliamentarians and representatives of governments. And that's why the next round of questions, I would ask the distinguished panelists to keep it short, to keep their comments short. I just wanted to set the stage for this next question, because we have heard from the panelists the importance of interreligious dialogue, the importance of engagement of religious leaders and faith leaders who have enjoy credibility within their communities, with parliamentarians, with other stakeholders in the society, including, as a matter of fact, law enforcement as well. Increasingly, we have seen in the past few years attacks on religious sites, and probably the Christchurch attacks, terrorist attacks in 2019 have been alarming to everyone, and it also drew attention to the rising wave of neo-Nazis and white supremacist damaging rhetoric. It is important to note here that maybe also we have to acknowledge that there has been a lot of weaponizing of religion, instrumentalizing of religion, and using it as a weapon to spread hate. And this is something that I'm bringing up because when we talk about parliaments and parliamentarians and about governments instituting certain legislations in order to curb hate speech, we have to also acknowledge the other side of the story, which is the weaponizing of religion. Sometimes the weaponizing of religion is coming from religious leaders, or faith actors in many cases. So they do have a role also in moderating the religious discourse. And addressing hate speech does not mean necessarily that a limitation or putting limitations or prohibiting freedom of speech. All efforts and policies, as I said earlier in my remarks, that they should be rooted in relevant international law, including, in particular, the right to freedom of expression reflected in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So I would like now to pose this question to the panelists here, which is, now that we have parliamentarians who are going to be speaking and making interventions after this panel discussion, what is it that you are expecting from legislators, from parliamentarians, from governments in order to keep, to curb hate speech, but in a way that does not muzzle or curb the freedom of expression for political gains or for political agendas? Because we've also seen, especially during the pandemic and post-pandemic, that there has been also lots of governments were using and abusing legislations or policies in order to curb hate speech for political gains. So here is also another aspect that we should acknowledge. So I would like to start with Dr. Ali Rashid Noaimi. What is it that you expect from parliaments? Perhaps you can give us an example of good practice from the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. You know, first, we have to acknowledge this, that hate is a threat to all of us, is a threat to humanity. And parliamentarian and politician should deal with the hate threat as a threat to the national security of their country. And here, we will not be able to counter hate unless we have the political will to do so. And this is where in the UAE, we were fortunate that we had the right leadership, who had the courage, who made the decision to consider hate as a threat to our national security, considering that we are a very diverse community. We have more than 200 nationality. We have all sorts of differences when it's come to religion, to ethnics, nationality, colors. We needed to create an environment where all of these will live in peace and harmony. And this is where we invested to promote this, and we consider it one of our national agenda priority. This is where we did a reform in our educational system. We emphasize the coexistence value, the respect to everyone, every human being, regardless of their background, their nationality, their religion, their ethnic. And we did a reform related to the religious narrative in the UAE. We did a reform related to our legislation. We created a law, a special law to counter hate. I believe the main challenge that we are facing everywhere now is the political will to do so. And Your Excellency, you mentioned, how to engage religious leaders. Look, if we don't engage the right religious leaders, there is those who will use religion to serve their political agenda to divide us. They will use a religious narrative. We can't, as parliamentarian, as politician, to counter that narrative, because we need the religious leaders to counter that narrative. They know how to do it. We have to empower them. We have to give them the trust and the support. And believe me, we have an experience. Whenever we engage them, they always exceed our expectation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Rashid Naimi. I just wanted to remind you that since we have now less than 1 hour, I would ask our distinguished speakers to limit their interventions to 2 minutes. And the list of speakers, interventions from the floor is now closed. We have 15 speakers, and I would like to remind you all that from the floor, we will also limit your interventions to 2 minutes, and we would like to urge you, kindly urge you to also focus on the topic of the discussion in this panel. So I would like to give the floor now to Karen Bradley, and perhaps you can tell us a little bit more. As a member of parliament, what is it that we are expecting from parliamentarians in order to curb hate speech? Dr. Ali Naimi also mentioned 3 important points. He pointed out to the importance of education, political will, and to be selective, and not selective, but to know who are the religious leaders, the right religious leaders who can convey the right message and help in countering hate speech and providing a counter narrative to hate speech. The Honorary Karen Bradley, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and they are big questions, because there isn't one simple answer to this problem. If there was, we'd have solved it by now. We are facing multiple challenges. The internet has changed our lives for the better. There is no doubt about it. We would not have got through the last 2 years, or the 2 years of the pandemic, without the internet. The world would have just frozen. The internet allowed us to continue to trade and to socialize in some extent, and it allowed us to get through. But there are real dangers, and the dangers are multiple. The first is, in my view, that the internet has provided a sanctuary for those who would do harm. So when I was a schoolgirl, like lots of other schoolgirls, I was walking home from school with my friends and I saw a flasher. We all have it. A strange man who decided he wanted to expose himself to us. It was unusual. It was the only time it happened in my life, but it's not that unusual. It's happened to lots of people. On the internet, it's now the norm. It's the norm because the internet anonymizes, socializes, and normalizes behavior that is not acceptable in the real world. So you can go onto an internet site and you can be completely anonymous. You can look at imagery that you could never access in the real world, in the offline world, and you can find there are other people looking at it with you. So it becomes normal, it becomes socialized, it becomes you're anonymous. You can do things that you could never do previously. And that challenge, we can only deal with that if we can work together. And that's not just faith groups, political leaders, it's also the social media companies themselves who bear an enormous amount of responsibility. The other problem we have is that legislation can't keep up with technology. We're now experiencing and having this debate about artificial intelligence. Will it wipe out humanity? Well, it will if we don't, potentially will, if we don't take steps. But we can't legislate because that technology has already moved on by the time the bill has become an act of parliament. So we've got to work together for global norms, principles we can all abide by, ways that we can all work as a global community to say what is acceptable. And I think the basic principle has to be, if it's illegal offline, it's illegal online. That is the way that we must operate. So we have to understand, in terms of hate speech, what is illegal offline, and then we have to find ways to counter it online, working together using global principles. It's not easy, we don't have the answers yet, but these kind of events are certainly a good start.
Thank you very much, the Honorary Karen Bradley, and certainly the internet has changed our lives to the better. And as a matter of fact, during the pandemic, we've seen how the modern communications and modern technology has kept the world connected with each other for almost a year during lockdowns. And at the same time, the digital platforms, we've seen a proliferation of digital platforms where because of people being hooked to those digital screens for a long time, hate mongers and extremist movements have been also abusing the space in order to spread their hate rhetoric and their toxic ideologies. It is also important that one of the recommendations perhaps is also how to engage with social media providers and with internet providers, encourage them to change the business models in which they operate and require more transparency in the way they manage the algorithms, which more or less has been a very controversial issue when it comes to curbing hate speech and putting certain regulations on social media. They are definitely moving. This technology is evolving much more faster than the way we are responding to those new developments. So I turn now to Imam Salah ad-Din Barakat. What is it that you expect and hope that parliamentarians or governments would be doing in order to curb hate speech, whether we're talking about traditional media or digital media?
I think it's the essence of working against hatred and racism is stepping out from your own box, stepping out from ourself, myself, who I am. I think, as the rabbi mentioned, our work in Amana is about creating trust. And trust is something that comes from honesty and being real, so to speak. And I think an essential part of that in the way we've been working is that we do not wait for the group that is hated to speak for itself. And I think it takes, as Dr. Naimi said, it takes courage to actually speak for the other. And I think this is an important aspect of this work. When the Jews are being attacked, whether it is from somebody who defines himself as a Muslim or a secular or whatever it is, it shouldn't be the Jew who is standing up and saying, you shouldn't hate me, I need to have my rights protected. It should be everybody else who does that. The Muslim should be the first one who's saying, you should not hate hate my neighbor, my colleague, my friend. And similarly, the other way, when a Muslim is attacked or hated, it shouldn't be the Muslim who is standing up and saying, you have to protect my rights and you have to stop hating me. It should be everybody else. Speaking for each other, working for each other, not just with each other, is an important part of creating trust. And I think this is an essential part as well when it comes to the religious community, and as is mentioned, dealing with hate within religious communities. It is important that work from the religious communities is not just adapting secular values and secular way of communication, but reaching deep into our own traditions and working from that to be able to be authentic and real towards our own traditions. And we chose, for instance, the word amana, or amana in Hebrew, not to just take on the human rights language and all that, no, but to show that this is something real in our traditions. We have a very famous hadith, prophetic saying from the Prophet, may peace be upon him, that says, "Al-mu'minu man ammanahu an-nasu ala amwalihim wa anfusihim." The true believer is the one whom people trust. And here the scholars say, whom people trust, not just whom Muslims trust, not just whom believers trust, but whom people trust when it comes to both property and soul, both property and personal human value. And I think this is, to create this trust, to create this safety, we need to work for each other and not just with each other. And that takes courage, as Dr. Naimi mentioned.
Thank you. Of course, I mean, a very important point, creating trust and building trust. And I believe that building trust only comes through dialogue. Dialogue, one that engages the other. And as you mentioned, the courage to speak for each other and to listen to each other. So it is a dialogue, not a monologue. This is what we need here, and it is dialogue that is going to be building trust, building trust. Your Eminence, Metropolitan Emmanuel, maybe you can tell us your thoughts here. What is it that you expect from parliamentarians and legislators, and why is it that you think that there is this hesitance or reluctance from certain governments, and I'm not talking about pointing out to specific governments. We see this increasingly in democratic societies, as well as we see it also from authoritarian societies. So why do you think there is this reluctance to curb hate speech and enforce the freedom of religion and belief in these societies? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Well, we are definitely not here to give any recipes for peace to the members of parliaments. I think that the credibility of religions today, it depends on their attitude towards the protection of human freedom and dignity, as well as on their contribution to peace. We live in a society where the relations with the other is really interdependent, but we need to pass from the level of theory to the practice and for the implementation. If decisions that are voted or resolutions that are voted in the different parliaments remain just as resolutions without passing in act and without being implemented, we will never see what we expect really. In order to have that, we need to look at the other, to have the possibility of expression, of freedom of expression, freedom of belief in the countries where we live. And also it's my deep conviction that the contribution of remains crucial in our common search for peace on earth. That's to say that it is, for example, what is peace? Is it just the absence of war? not, definitely. But it's definitely the presence of freedom, of justice, and solidarity. And in order to come to that, I think we all need to go back to school. In the same way that we need to educate the young religious leaders, in the same way that we need to see that there is more religion respect in the different political world in the system. And also there is a third element that we have already, I heard of that, is communication. How do we communicate today? How do these good practices are known to everyone? And this is the role of the social media, of communications tools that we have today. And this is the only way that we can bring these good practices to the knowledge of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree with you, and of course we're not here in order to give lectures to parliamentarians or to representatives of governments, but the United Nations Charter starts with "we the people." And when we say "we the people," it becomes the primary responsibility of governments and states to protect their citizens' rights, all citizens equally, and to safeguard human rights of these citizens. That's why we are saying, what is it that you are expecting from parliamentarians present here today? Ms. Desi Hanara, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Well, echoing other suggestions that have been put forward on the table, I would also like to emphasize on the importance of the usage of parliamentary committees and debates to mainstream about the issues of hate speech and measures to tackle it in line with international standards. As I mentioned earlier, we need to also review the existing legislation, whether they are already in line with the international standard when it comes to hate speech, so that we have a clear legal framework outlining hate speech. And also, as I mentioned too, parliamentarians may also help the passage of legislation that may enhance international response to the prevention of risk of atrocities. And also, we can encourage our fellow politicians and also initiate multi-stakeholder engagement to promote counter-narrative to hate speech, amplify the counter-narrative to hate speech campaign strategies, especially ahead of election, for instance, where hate speech would be spread among the communities. And I think as a representative of the youth in the group, I think we can also use the potential of content creators or the youth influencers to also amplify their digital skill to help the cause of curbing the hate speech in the societies. And I mentioned earlier about the utility of the toolkit that have been produced by Council of Europe, for instance, and also by APHR in Southeast Asia. And we can refer to that to have a handy tips on how can we do to counter hate speech in the parliament. And on the point with regard to engagement with social media, I would like to add on the need to also improve their community standard when it comes to hate speech. And also, I think one other point, because there was a mention about blasphemy, I think we can also utilize our legislative mandate to advocate for the shifting of criminalization of blasphemy, and instead we should criminalize the incitement to discrimination, violence, and hostility. Thank you.
Thank you, Desi Hanara. Yes, I think that one of the key elements in curbing maybe hate speech would be also education and developing the critical thinking skills, and that should start at a very early age so that young people and everyone would be able to be equipped with the tools that will help them deconstruct hate speech, recognize hate speech. It is one of the elements that would help in addition to legislations, because legislations are not going to be solving the problem. It is complementary element, but there are other basic and key factors in curbing hate speech that we should be doing as stakeholders and as members of the community. The last speaker in this segment is Rabbi Moshe David HaKohen, and maybe I would kindly request you to restrict your commentary to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again. A comment on the notion, in other words, the question being raised beneath the surface is perhaps, okay, we all agree that there are good religious leaders to work with, but there are others that could be damaging in actually spreading hatred. On that, I'd like to say very clearly that there are no religious leaders in the world that spread hatred. There are no one who speaks in the name of any of our religion who spread hatred. There are extremists out there who abuse our religion in order, in the name of our religions, to promote hatred. And that is and therefore, when we talk about religion, we have to create the link of trust between governmental officials in that understanding itself. That those out there who are truly presenting the religion are those who are working against extremism within their communities, those who are working against hatred within their communities. Following up on what the Imam said, I think that one of the examples of how do you say, who do I work with? I work with those who step out of their comfort zone to work with others when it's not the easiest thing to do. And I work with those who are working internally within their communities, not only sitting on some interfaith panel. My suggestion, and my concrete suggestion, would be to bring in religious leaders into your advisory boards when you're discussing legislation itself. In other words, not only when we're having a conference like this in which you hear the importance of it, but those on the ground who can actually help you find that balance. If you have the trust with them, then you'll bring them in and say, help me with this, please. We have the balance of freedom. We don't want to abuse freedom, but we have hatred out there. Help me pinpoint where it's coming from also within your own, the abuse of your religion, so that I can find the proper criteria in the legislation in order to do so. I just want to commend Dr. Ali yesterday on the panel that we saw, in which we saw religious leaders of Hinduism, of Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam making a very clear stand to prove this point. No one spreading hatred represents any of our religions. This is not what we believe in, and we promote the same moral values that we hear from the UN, and we can be the best partners to work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Indeed, most and all faiths and religions espouse mutual respect and the universal values enshrined in the UN Charter. So it will be important to remember that, but also to be very careful when we engage with religious leaders, that we know that we are engaging the right religious leaders who are having the right message, and that this is a key in this engagement between religious leaders and governments. I would like you to join me in applauding the distinguished panelists before we start the next segment, which is opening the floor to interventions. And please make your interventions as short as you can. I would suggest 1 to 2 minutes. I'm sorry about that, but we are running out of time. And please deliver your statements and your interventions from where you are sitting, rather from the podium, in order to save more time. The first speaker is the distinguished representative of Senegal, Ms. Kanouti.
Madam the Chairperson, thanks very much indeed. Can you hear me, Madam Chairperson? Perfect. I would like first and foremost congratulate the panelists for very instructive ideas, particularly that are quite relevant, more particularly, and would like to laud my Dr. Ali Naimi and greet him, Al Hassan, and the whole of the panelists. I would like, Madam Chairperson, we really, in our capacity as parliamentary, we ask ourselves whether we have been really appropriate with regard to the work we shoulder. And so there is an awareness. We need to enhance the awareness about the danger. Talking about the role played by initiative in favor of the grassroots populations, of targeting the governments also. Really, how can we carry out actions and initiative, more particularly, I do think, for already targeting the community of educators. Education is quite important, and right from the childhood, we need to enhance the awareness of our children to respect the differences and also to appraise the diversity, more particularly, of the minority groups. Madam Chairperson, I think we need to go towards adopting laws and regulations and policies that promote the rights of the minorities, more particularly, and seek to preserve them. But also we need to sanction those who deviate from the norms as far as behaviors are concerned, and sanction the practices that in connection with the intolerance and hate speech. And Madam Chairperson, finally, I think we need to go towards partnership, particularly, and we need to foster and consolidate friendship between people. It's more important to have programs. Particularly, we need to exchange cooperation schemes. Particularly, we need to have recommendations that are efficient it's quite important that we need to have an ongoing dialogue, more particularly pertaining to our work. But we need to really enhance the role played by our civilizations. Back to you, Madam Chairperson.
And thank you for respecting the time frame. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand, Jung Tung.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Technologies plays an important role in our societies. It impacts our daily life and our activities. Rises in disinformation, hate speech, and incitement to hatred or violence on the internet have affected the process of building and maintaining our peaceful multicultural society and trust in democracy. To effectively deal with these challenges, the acceleration of multi-stakeholder partnerships with essential instruments is urgently needed at all levels. Handling these challenges has been one of our priorities. In Thailand, our constitution prohibited unjust discrimination against individuals on the grounds of differences, including religious belief. Everyone has the right to freely exercise or practice a form of worship in accordance with their religious principles. However, those actions must not be harmful to the public safety and state security. We also have national policies and master plans to promote coexistence in multicultural society. We members of parliament must keep pace with the rise of digital media and legislatively developing policy to raise awareness of digital literacy, especially social media. More importantly, we all must open up more space to work together to build trust and mutual recognition between different communities for a more inclusive, harmonious, and tolerant society that values pluralism, diversity, and respects the right and dignity of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bahrain, Ms. Faiz.
شكرا سيدتي وشكرا للمتحدثين.
Thank you very much to the panelists. The political and constitutional reforms in the Kingdom of Bahrain has sought to promote the rule of law as part of a modern system that respects the civic, intellectual, and economic and social rights. The Constitution of Bahrain respects the equality, and a number of laws have been adopted to address hate speech and discrimination. There are a number of mechanisms that play a key role to check any forms of hate speech and to address complaints in this regard. We seek to promote global peace, especially in the region, and this has been one of the key bulwarks against discrimination and against hate speech and wars. We also try to address the crimes of Islamophobia and also to check the use of cyberspace to incite violence, to call for violence that leads to hatred and violence. The kingdom also implements information and media programs to promote the values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence between all faiths, cultures, and civilizations, and also to impose sanctions against discrimination, terrorism, and hatred through the media. I would like to refer to some of the recommendations. We should seek to adopt the measures to address the question of hate speech through the cyberspace. We should also develop policies that promote cyber security in our countries in order to address the hate speech and also to check the violent acts that use cyberspace and cyber technology. We have to also promote address the hate speech and all forms of incitement to violence. And fourth, we should pool efforts of the international community to promote the values to fight against discrimination and incitement to violence in keeping with the international covenants and the United Nations strategy to combat hate speech. Thank you.
To the distinguished representative of the Parliament of Azerbaijan, Mr. Mamadov.
Assalamu alaikum, السادة الحضور.
Indeed, the recent events, regional and international events that took place in the world in recent years, show that the holy religions particularly have been sent by God in order to disseminate compassion, fraternity, and also to consolidate the intimate ties, particularly. There are political events that create havoc in the world. And of course, the people, the perpetrator who really, or the people who consider that their religion is the most appropriate, really, they need to be treated differently, particularly, and so this shows such actions lead to quite a number of casualties, and I do consider that the really people of faith as well as parliamentarians have a crucial role to play, and together they can play quite an important role in in the cross-fertilization of civilizations, and particularly, and I would like to mention Azerbaijan has a major role to play, and we always negotiate and discuss with people of faith and religion. And in the Parliament of Azerbaijan, there is a special committee that focuses on religious affairs, more particularly, and this is the reason the relations are always really improving between us. So there is need to really be fair in justice and also treating people of different religions on an equal footing. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am.
Very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Parliament of Serbia, Ms. Jakovic.
Hello. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the development of technology, hate speech and the manifestation of discriminatory attitudes are becoming more frequent. Very often, they are based religion affiliation. We in Serbia are making efforts to respond firstly by means of laws, in order to regulate and sanctions the hate speech, a crime committed out of hatred, among other things, on the account of religion. It is an aggravating circumstance for sentencing. 2 years ago, we adopted the new law on the prohibition of discrimination, which also prescribed religious discrimination. We introduced a special prosecutor's office for combating hate crime. It is clear, however, that the laws are not enough. Legal regulation cannot provide a quick and adequate enough response to the accelerated technological development and the emergence of new possibilities for abuse. The victims have not been enough informed to be able to recognize this kind of violence and ask for protection from the competent institutions. That's why we need to work on prevention, aggravating rising, combating stereotypes and discrimination. It is important, therefore, to develop a dialogue that would foster this spirit of tolerance and mutual respect. I believe that in this panel we will consider the possibilities of cooperation on this matter. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a kind reminder that we have less than 10 minutes for this panel discussion. I give now the floor to Mr. Baku, representing the GISRA project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you please use your microphone because we cannot hear you?
Thank you. Hello? Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in the very sensitive Western Balkan region that has faced horrific ethnic wars with religious connotations, where in Serbia we are facing a huge problem with fake non-governmental organizations that extract funds from the public budget for the projects they do not implement and that are pro-government oriented, for which there are proofs, allow me to present a positive example. I'm referring to a non-governmental organization that has done a lot over the past 20 years for the promotion of trust and mutual recognition for the purpose of peace and interfaith dialogue. The Center for Empirical Research of Religion in Novi Sad, headed by Professor Zorica Kuburic, has been operating based on the cooperation among a network of sociologists of religion from across former Yugoslav territory. Researchers in various fields of science, philosophers, theologians, and representatives of religious communities in Serbia actively participate in the work of this center. The center organizes international scientific conferences on an annual basis, publishes Religion and Tolerance magazine, as well as semi-annual and numerous monographs, often with the support of the Ministry of Science. This is a place where various confessions and scientific researches truly meet on humanistic basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Parliament of the Gambia, Mr. Kamara.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to take this opportunity to thank our able hosts for all the hospitality they have afforded us. Coming to the topic of discussion, coming from a country that is a shining example of freedom of religion or belief in the world, that is the Gambia, a country where religious freedom is not only enshrined in our law, but manifested in the daily lives of the people. A country where you can hardly tell which religion or belief people hold, as the whole country always celebrate Muslim and Christian religions feast together. I am hopeful that this dialogue forum will conclude with a white paper committed by all participants to urge governments mainstream freedom of religion or belief in their policies and programs. I will also encourage the legal system to be strengthened to ensure that when a country has signed up to the International Convention on principles such as Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it translates into practice on the ground through domestication of the Convention into national laws. It should be noted that achieving real change will require international collaboration on freedom of religion or belief, involving not only governments but civil society organizations, which are so often at the forefront of reporting religious freedom or abuses. That is why the civil society engagement in this dialogue is so critical and important. There must also be political will and enduring commitment from the highest level of governments if we want to effectively achieve freedom of religion or belief. That will need to be backed up by real resources. We need to find ways to prevent violations of freedom of religion or belief occurring, working with religious communities to do and to discover flashpoints. We must seek to identify disarm sources of tension. We need to build resilience and encourage foster dialogue. In the Gambia, and then as parliamentarians, we've established a caucus that is principally focusing on freedom of religion and belief, and then we do have constituency engagement, monthly constituency engagement to go out to communities and discuss the issues of freedom of religion and belief and peace and peaceful coexistence among community members.
Oh, thank you very much. Those were more than 2 minutes. I'm sorry, there are more speakers and we have to really close this panel. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of the Parliament of Morocco, Ms. Lassi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to refer to something now. We are really nearing the end of this conference, that if two wills come together, that is that of parliamentarians and religious leaders for a society based on peace, is not an easy task, but it is feasible if a number of conditions are met. The first one is that the religious figures have to keep in mind the basic values in religion that are based on justice. Almighty God is the ultimate source of justice, and therefore justice is the only way to build a society based on peace. And I think that we have the means to implement this by building cities and states that are based on democratic principles and values that guarantee equality and social justice. There is another condition. There has to be a reconciliation between religious figures and parliamentarians and politicians in general. We have to stop considering political action as the work of the devil. I will leave Marrakesh, and you will leave Marrakesh, and we keep very joyous moments. We have been together, we have eaten together, we have been under the same sky, in the same environments, that is regardless of our different colors of our skins and our values, etc. But can this continue? Yes, it can, but we have to make sure that our values are turned into ideas, conducts and behaviors that serve our purposes, and we have to turn our words into action so that these joyous moments can continue. Thank you.
Floor down to the distinguished representative of the Member of Parliament of Iran, Mr.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, any acts of inviting to fanaticism is forbidden under the Islamic Republic of Iran laws. And in addition to that, we have to take account that based on the Islamophobia in Europe, in some of the countries in Europe, the Islamophobia has been established. So 364 instances of Islamophobia has been registered, and many mosques have been invaded. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, regarding the recent conflict which last year we had many instances of violations of rights, and they were inciting the members of our society in order to actually being learned to actually be involved in acts of violence inside the country. In this meanwhile, many European countries defended applying violence inside our country, and the terrorists which in Ahvaz killed many people, terrorists which actually killed more than 17,000 people, and many parliamentarians were also killed by these terrorists. But these many of European countries were actually providing support and providing facilities to those who actually are making violence inside our country. Why these countries should be actually backing these terrorists and facilitate their activities which are based on violence? The Western countries are defending, are actually creating and meddling in our nuclear affairs, and they made many activities against us. We, as members of the parliaments of the world, if we should take them accountable, some of these countries, we should bring them to be accountable based on their activities against us. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. Good morning to all, ladies. Assalamu alaikum. Peace and blessing be on you. I would like to raise here a question, a floater question that is quite sensitive. It seems me quite important that the MPs and the politicians take advantage of it. It's the hate speech online on the social network, more particularly on internet against women, more particularly, and targeting women religious leaders, because indeed women religious leaders do exist. We are a minority, but we are few and far between in the world. There are rabbi women, there are women who are imam, and there are women priests. And I was absolutely thrilled to meet yesterday here in this meeting the Rabbi Tama Elat Epelmon, a woman rabbi. We're not numerous, but then, which has been highly criticized and not perhaps understood, particularly this role and the hegemony, religious thinking, perhaps does not make room for women to occupy religious positions. There is violence extended against women in the networks of the internet and mass media. I'd like to draw your attention on the narrative, particularly on the importance to build a narrative favorable to the divergence of opinions within a same religion, because we can belong to a same religion, but we can have a different interpretation of the same religion. This makes vibrancy and create vibrancy within the same religion. That is the importance of the narrative that needs to be constructed and built on the role to be played by women. And so official history, it is written by an imaginary person who really is under the umbrella of the patriarchal system, more particularly. The patriarchal system is the cradle. So they have never excluded the presence of women. And I would like to highlight the building of a narrative, particularly in the Muslim tradition, that was appointed by Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be on him. Waraqa, Prophet Muhammad appointed a woman to become an imam at that time. And I'd like to share with you very quickly. I know that time is flying by, but then I just would like to share with you the argument, the religious argument that needs to be adopted by the majority on the women to facilitate their access to religious positions in Islam. We have quite an important mystic, Ibn Arabi, who said, starting from the moment where women can reach the high degree of achievement, spiritual achievement, the woman can be a wali, can be quite an important spiritual achiever. And then she can also become an imam, and there is quite an important. This is an important faqih and a scholar, Sheikh Sayyid Muhaddin bin Arabi. Thank you very much.
We have 5 more speakers. We have to absolutely get out of this room in 5 minutes. So I think the next 5 speakers have the most challenging responsibility and task to keep their remarks up to 1 minute. I give the floor to Ms. Abu Srair from a Kaisid Fellow.
Good morning, everyone. As a young peace-building and coexistence advocate attending the last 2 days' sessions, I felt privileged being Saudi, listening to several official speeches which were literally hate speech to certain religious minorities in their own respective countries. I was just a listener, and it led me to anger. I was just a listener, and it terrified me to hear this hate speech in an interfaith dialogue conference on a parliament level. These speeches will be discussed online and offline in your respective countries, in your nations, and maybe globally, because now the world is a small village and everything was live streamed. there is a lot of speeches about the youth and youth empowerment and women empowerment. Your youth is your country's future. They're not a quota to use them to show off your human rights or in front of human rights councils to show that you got refugees. Okay. They're not need to be controlled youth. They're your future. Just like we are, me and the other Saudi youth are the kingdom future. What the kingdom did to us, you can do it to your people. By reducing the official hate speech, it's easier to control it than controlling a terrorism attacks because of your hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain, Mr. Cepeda. 1 minute, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I shall try to be quite brief in my presentation. I will do it in 1 minute. 2 seconds already have passed, and so to greet our Morocco, particularly if this is a platform for meeting of religious people and parliament. This is an excellent platform, and I'd like to congratulate the UIP as well as Morocco. With regard also to the speech of hatred, more particularly, I'd like to talk about the future. We're talking about the social networks, particularly. We're talking about the documents and resolutions emitted by the United Nations that will make it possible to engage in another type of narrative, more particularly to curb violence and hatred between religions and between ethnicities, and this is what can be built today, particularly can be done through social networks. And so I wish to tell you, dear friends and attendees, this is part and parcel of the past. Just a few years ago, we talked about a social network, and we talked about texts, particularly, and then the social networks evolved towards the images and photographs, particularly, and videos, and we have seen how social networks with TikTok, Instagram, all the videos have become a reference. What I would like to tell you today, we need to think about future generations and to the development of the technology. Yesterday, particularly in the European Parliament, an act was validated on artificial intelligence in order to limit and curb artificial intelligence. Particularly, this is fundamental for our future generation. We talked about the importance of technology. This is particularly two basic concepts, which is respect of the others and building trust, more particularly. In a mosque, we can talk about future generation, and we need to build a future involving these younger generations. And so technology, particularly, do you think artificial intelligence can simulate Mr. Jacqueline, particularly with a perfect voice through artificial intelligence, and particularly with regard to curbing hate speeches? And so our legislators, we need to communicate ideas through artificial intelligence, and so we need to think about the future of artificial intelligence, because it will be a replacement today or tomorrow. And so these are virtual machines that will generate, and so there's a first pace that was done to give the green light for the launching of the first global legislation applying artificial intelligence. I invite you to think about the artificial intelligence while so we need to respect the freedom of thinking and freedom of people. But then beware, it's true today where technology needs to have limits, more particularly, and we need to adapt this so that it can be encapsulated through laws. Thank you.
To Mr. Igwe, representative of Humanasis Internet.
Hello.
1 minute, please.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, parliamentarians. I want to draw the attention of parliamentarians to the plight of non-believers, religious non-believers, popularly known as atheists, agnostics, kafiri, or infidels. I want to draw the attention of parliamentarians that too often hate speeches are deployed against them, and that these speeches are used to justify violence and intolerance. I also want to draw the attention of parliamentarians that insult on religion has been used to deny atheists, freethinkers, and infidels their own rights to freedom of religion or belief. And it is important that in making legislations, they put into considerations that any law that does not protect the freedom of religion and freedom of expression of religious non-believers, atheists, and freethinkers is incompatible with interreligious dialogue and freedom of religion and belief and the project of realizing a peaceful and tolerant society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Mr. Nayak, representative of the Parliament of Pakistan. And with that, we come to the end of our speaking list. Please go ahead, 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Freedom of expression as well as freedom of religion or belief are both universal human rights and cornerstones of pluralist, diverse, and inclusive societies. Fostering understanding, tolerance, and respect for diversity in matters relating to freedom of religion or belief is essential for sustained peace and stability while combating incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence, and promoting trust and mutual understanding. Religious leaders and members of parliament play a pivotal role in promoting message of peace, tolerance, and inclusion, and promoting trust and mutual recognition. In my view, specific core responsibilities of religious leaders and parliamentarians for promoting trust and mutual recognition are: 1. Religious leaders should refrain from using message of intolerance or expression which may incite discrimination, hostility, and violence. 2. Religious leaders and parliamentarians must speak against intolerance, discriminatory stereotyping, and instances of hate speech. 3. Religious leaders and parliamentarians should be clear that violence can never be tolerated as a response to incitement to hatred. 4th, parliamentarians must ensure in passing of laws against hate speech, incitement to violence, and actions against democratic norms. Religious leaders and parliamentarians can be strong partners in prevention of atrocity, crimes, and incitement. And for this reason, national, regional, and international institutions, civil society, and media should engage and cooperate with them in context of efforts to prevent atrocity of crime. Given that religion has been misused to justify incitement to violence, it is vital that religious leaders from all faiths show leadership in this matter, and collaboration of parliamentarians as chosen representatives of people is of utmost importance. Finally, I would say, cooperation between parliaments and religious leaders can serve not only to act as a system of check and balances, but also allow for policy making, legislation, and oversight that can curb violence and incitement to violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank you all for being here and for taking part in this panel discussion. We wrap it, and we leave it there. And with that, we are ready for a coffee break that will be only 15 minutes. Please be in this room at 11:45. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. We'll begin in 5 minutes. Hello, everybody. We're starting now. And we would like to first extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists here today. We are about to begin this discussion. Before we proceed, allow me to do a little bit of housekeeping and present the structure of today's panel. The first 45 minutes will be devoted to a discussion between our panelists and moderator. And following this segment, we will transition into the second 45 minutes, during which the floor will be open for questions and remarks from the esteemed audience. Should you wish to take the floor, kindly request a form from one of the room attendants and fill it and give it back to them. In respect for everybody's time, please, we request that each intervention is concise and does not exceed 2 minutes. Once again, thank you, and now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Deepika Singh, Associate Secretary General of Religions for Peace.
Thank you so much, Mauricio. Good morning, everyone, and welcome once more to the panel on legislators and religious leaders as bridge builders, promoting rights and fundamental freedoms for more just and cohesive societies. Allow me to just give you a little bit of a context and a background, yeah? Historically and contemporary societies, religion has played a central role in political life and vice versa in some cases. So with their respective reach, influence, mandate to address people's needs, it is only right that legislatures and religious actors work together whenever possible for the common good and serve as bridge builders for the well-being and flourishing of the people and the planet. Today, there is an increasing recognition that to address the ever-growing and evolving challenges faced by the human family requires unprecedented collaboration across cultures, peoples, and sectors. As we have increasingly witnessed, this urgent need for collaboration is often thwarted by a global erosion of trust and rise of social hostility. At a critical moment in time when there is a need to build bridges and work together for our common future. As foundational pillars of society and critical agents of change, legislators and religious actors are well positioned to form and strengthen each other's capacities and efforts in ensuring rights and well-being of all. Religions of Peace, the organization I serve, has been working over 5 decades in the area of peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights by bringing together people of diverse faith traditions for dialogues and action in close partnership with other sectors of society. These multi-religious and multi-stakeholder collaborative efforts have yielded wonderful successes, along with, of course, some failures and valuable lessons learned. One such learning has been that among the many key challenges that was identified for the lack of full and meaningful participation of religious actors in building more peaceful and just societies is the absence of good coordination with government institutions. This challenge was also identified during the conference on the 5th anniversary of the Fez Action Plan that was held here in Morocco last year. Thus, this convening presents a very critical opportunity to strengthen the engagement and collaboration of religious actors and legislators in advancing common action for the common good. Today, we are most fortunate that we have expert leaders here enlighten us with their insight and experience in this area. So I'll start with asking some questions of our distinguished panelists. To start off with, may I request Mr. Abdul Salam, who is the Deputy Speaker of Masjid Al-Nuwab, the Council of Representatives of Bahrain. He has been a member of this council since 2002. Honorable Salman has served as a member of more than one parliamentary committee. Among his numerous areas of expertise are related to the economy, public budget, social security, and trade union. And these are just to name a few. Honorable Salman, Bahrain has been highlighting interreligious dialogue for quite some time now, particularly during the World Interfaith Harmony Week. Might you share with us how you and other legislators can best work with religious leaders to promote rights and fundamental freedom while also keeping political and religious sphere within its own influence?
Thank you, Lady Moderator. Just please allow me to speak in Arabic so I can express myself in a better way. I thank you really for this question.
As regards the role of faith leaders and the legislators in society, it is both a role and a responsibility. This is a major task that all parliamentarians and faith leaders should shoulder in all societies, whether they are secular or not. And we have to make sure that the religious leaders and parliamentarians, their role might change from time to time. There are times when further unity is needed, more freedoms regarding religious freedoms, and also freedom of expression. I think that the religious leaders also have a responsibility, and that is to work with the legislators as representatives of the people. Those are people that were elected by the citizens, and therefore they have to work in such a way as to achieve justice for all and also preserve freedoms and ensure the gradual development of societies. In the same way, faith leaders have a very important role, especially in Islamic communities and countries, because the religious discourse has its own foundations, its platforms, such as the mosques, and temples, synagogues, and churches, and given the role also that is played by the religious figures. Therefore, that discourse should be utilized in a sagacious way and in a very conscious way. That discourse has to take into account the responsibilities, and the more it takes those responsibilities into consideration, the more we stand a chance for society to accept that discourse. And that societal responsibility of legislators and faith leaders is a reflection of the trust of the citizens. And Bahrain, the Kingdom of Bahrain in particular, we have a center of His Majesty for the coexistence between different faiths. And this center has managed over a short period of time to create that coherence, interfaith coherence. Bahrain is a small country, as you know, but there is a great diversity. And that kind of dialogue has to be supervised by, of course, religious leaders, but there has to be good cooperation with politicians in general and parliamentarians in particular, as well as the academicians, writers, intellectuals. And I think that the state would be neutral, and I think that that discourse should contribute to unity in the state and also contribute to its prosperity and development.
Share with us further experience within Mahan. Thank you so much for that, and definitely we need to ensure that looking at the respective responsibility and strength of the religious leaders and legislators, we need to leverage these for the rights of all. So my next question goes to Ms. Aisha Adam, who is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi and member of the United Democratic Front. Honorable Adams has been part of the legislature that passed several laws, including Marriage, Divorce, and Family Relations Act and the Trafficking in Person Act, to improve the welfare and lives of children and women. So, Madam Adams, what is the value added of religious actors, in your opinion, to the development and implementation of policies such as the one that you promoted that promotes the right and fundamental freedom?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My contribution will be based on the experience that I've had during the time I have been in politics, and of course I've been in Parliament because I've been there for almost 8 years. Let me start by saying that Malawi is the most peaceful country in Africa and of course in the world. We call ourselves a warm heart of Africa. You come to Malawi, you will feel the warm heart of Africa is there. Coming to the question, as I have said, that Malawi is a peaceful country. We have religious leaders, and of course we have the politicians. These two, we regard ourselves as agents of peace. The same people, when they go to the church, the mosque, the synagogue, they listen to the religious leader. The same people, when they go out, they meet the politicians. These two do not spread hate speeches to our people. If anything, sometimes the politicians do give hate speeches, but they have nothing to do with religion or belief. But sometimes they are to do with politics, as you know. But we always check on ourselves. If a politician has given a hate speech, the religious leader is there to check on what the politician has said and advise accordingly. We are living like this because we have the policies and the laws that govern us that are inclusive. One of the laws is the law that gives a right to worship. If you decide to go and worship while you are in the tree, you can do that. It's your choice. No one will ask you. If you want to go and worship at the middle of the ocean, you are free to do that. Nobody will question you. You come back, the neighbor has nothing to do with that. She minds her own business. So, of course, I remember we had one incident which was to do with religion. We have a freedom of dressing. I can dress the way I am, the way I have dressed, and go to the office. No one will question me. I have a right for that. And someone can decide to wear maybe a miniskirt, a trouser, and go to the office or anywhere. Nobody will question that. But now, we had a problem that in our schools, we have public schools and religious schools, and of course, private schools. We have a freedom of dressing. A Muslim girl can go to a public school wearing a hijab, no problem. But it happened that when some of the girls wear the hijab to schools that are partly managed by religions, they were questioned and sent back. That was a very big issue whereby dialogue took place because we believe in tolerance and dialogue, but then it did not work up to the extent that the issue ended up in courts. But we all followed what the court said. We followed the ruling because, you know, as peaceful country, people are afraid of being arrested. So we all followed that. So in short, most of the times, we have the laws and the policies in place whereby we work together with the religion leaders, the religious leaders, and even the law that you have cited. The law says if a girl who gets married under the age of 18, the religious leader who took part in that marriage will be questioned, will be taken into court of law, and even the chiefs in that area will be questioned. So we work hand in hand in making sure that we have that peace in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adam, for that very concrete, practical, recent examples of the rule of law and the harmony between and among religion within Malawi. In fact, if I recall correctly, during 1992, when Malawi was going from single-party to multi-party government, it was in Religions of Peace Public Affairs Committee that worked with and advocated to the government and for human rights and other freedoms. So thank you so much for that, Madam Adams. So now I go to our next speaker, that is Dab Gochiro Baulum, who's the president of National Voodoo Council of Benin and one of the co-president of High Priest Baulum, may I ask you what strategy should be put in place for faith leaders to promote the rights and fundamental freedom, working alongside legislators?
Madam Chairperson, good morning to you. Thanks very much indeed, dear panelists, for your contributions. And I would like, on behalf of my country, Benin, thank immensely the Kingdom of Morocco, and the King of Morocco in particular, and all the relevant institutions that have been behind the convening of this important Congress to organize this conference in Marrakesh. We have heard quite a lot of things since the last 4 days. From my side, I would like to contribute with the following. With humbleness and will, the contribution of Benin to the current deliberations and conference. You know, in Benin, the President of the Republic really makes an oath in front of our God and our ancestors. Therefore, starting from the moment he makes an oath, all the beliefs and all the religions come together within the discussion, particularly. Whether the endogenous religions or Christian religion or Muslim Islam, everybody lives in harmony. This is because, from our perspective in Benin, God has created the world, and He has given authority and responsibility to the human beings, and He has given us all the powers, and He has really provided us with a housing, particularly under a tent, whereby nobody sees the... so the planet Earth provides food to us on an equal footing. And these are proofs that will make it possible to consider God Almighty as the one who is seeking to achieve unity of the world. And He has been able to create us with everyone with his own diversity. And so the time has come. We have abused of these privileges. We need to challenge our behavior so that we can live together. And so the meeting of Marrakesh, ladies and gentlemen, imposes on us to find the appropriate mechanism and paths to live together. I do believe it's up to this challenge that we need to rise, and people need to find a solution to this problem. I'm going to give the example of Benin. In Benin, all the manifestations of life from the eternal are considered as gods. And we have the planet, earth, we have fire, air, the elements, and waters, everything. God has given us all these wonderful things, and regardless of your creed or your religion, when there is a problem, should a problem occur, intermediate gods really calls you to really go the right path. Everybody fears God in Benin, and this imposes respect, mutual respect, and respect for the relevant institutions, and the respect for the creed and the belief of the other. This imposes a requirement on us to live together. Microphone has been muted, ma'am.
First,
expressing how we need to challenge ourselves and others to find a path for a very peaceful coexistence. And we look forward to hearing more about it in the next round. Apologies for the interruption. So we go to our next speaker, and this time I would like to ask Ms. Bani Dougal my next question. Ms. Dougal is the principal representative to the United Nations Baha'i International Community and co-president of Religions of Peace. As the part of a community of international non-governmental organization at the United Nations since 1994, Ms. Dougal has served as president of the NGO Committee on Freedom of Religion or Belief and is currently on the steering committee of the NGO Working Group on the Security Council. Ms. Dougal, with all your vast experience of working with various stakeholders, including, of course, the religious actors, religious leaders, institutions, and faith-based organizations, along with politicians and legislators, what are some of the examples you might think of how legislators and religious actors serve as bridge builders between various sectors of society?
Thank you, Deepika. As Dr. Abadi said yesterday, parliamentarians are the interpreters of the heartbeat of their constituents. Religious leaders, I would say, have the capacity to inspire their congregants to be their best selves and to achieve the nobility with which they have been endowed. Religious leaders also help to establish tranquility and order in society. And they can remind all sectors of society that human existence is governed not only by physical forces, but also social and moral laws of cause and effect. That people are one, and that we must set aside our differences to embrace diversity through unity and love. The previous panelists spoke about the importance of trust building, and I think I've heard this by some of the other speakers as well. And I think at this point in history or lived experience, we are seeing a deficit of trust at unprecedented levels. And it's really religious leaders and parliamentarians together that can work to restore trust in the believers, restore trust in their constituents in order for us to work together. And we can point fingers at social media, leaders, and all kinds of people, but really, it's our responsibility to regain the trust of people in the world. Together, when religious leaders work in partnership with diverse collaborators from all sectors of society, including parliaments and the executive branch, and they should be across congregations, they can harmonize efforts around the proposition that the path to a better world is not one of technological adjustments alone, but also involves societies learning to align themselves with higher principles, such as enriching the public discourse through exploration of spiritual concepts needed to respond to today's challenges, such as the appreciation for humanity's shared identity and the need to work together in a common endeavor. By inspiring parliamentarians to legislate inclusive policies that promote the well-being of all groups. It was Karen Bradley, I believe, the parliamentarian in the session before us, who said faith groups help parliamentarians to define their policy objectives. And again, in the panel discussion yesterday that was moderated by Dr. Mokhtar Omar, there was a call for us to together examine a new paradigm that allows us to reconcile our differences and live in harmony while respecting diversity and promoting unity for the well-being of all. So I think we have to work together for a constructive transformation of society and go beyond simply coexisting to actually articulate a shared vision for the type of world that we would like to live in.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bani, and thank you for mentioning that we need to go beyond coexisting. There is something so much better than that. And I think yesterday also we talked about how, we so easily use the word of tolerance, but then tolerance really is not, a positive. It does not have a positive connotation. So we need to look beyond that. Not only look beyond. So we move on to our next speaker, and then I'd like to ask the next question to our panelist, Dr. Jorge Gonzalez, who is at the Paris Notre University and the National University of Columbia. Dr. Gonzalez is also the director of the research group called Culture and Nation at the Center for Social Studies. Dr. Gonzalez is also an associate researcher of the Laboratory of Intercultural Studies at the University of Montreal and the UNESCO Chair in Intercultural Dialogue. So, Dr. Gonzalez, with your experience in interreligious culture and dialogue, what do you think is the best entry points through which legislators and religious actors can initiate and engage in sustained dialogue?
Bueno, esto depende del tipo de organización.
It all depends on the legislative power in place. In this case, particularly if, for example, we speak about the Constitution, which in the Constitution we speak about pluralistic society, the parliamentaries and men of faith are submitted to the rule of law and to the social rule of law. Recognition of the role played by man is enshrined in the Constitution, needs to be widened and wider scope, because the vibrancy and dynamism of the community, new orientations really that correspond to the evolution of the various players, whether secular or non-secular or religious sense. It needs to correspond to the parliamentary power and to the religious leaders in particular to interpret. It's up to them to interpret the requests put forth by civil society organizations and requests in terms of subjective rights to be able to transform these rights into standards or into laws. On the other hand, we need to take on board the fact that the organization of the various powers of the Constitution, specific to the Constitution, requires a strict collaboration between the legislative power and the judiciary power as well. And this is the reason why the interpretation that is made within the Constitution of a specific country needs or makes it that it's the specialized court, it's the constitutional court in our case that is going to convey to the legislative power what are the lines of actions that needs to be taken on board. And this is the reason why then we need to capitalize on the participation of the various stakeholders in the political organization of the MPs in particular, and particularly to have this capacity to interpret and to be able to interpret all the needs that correspond to specific rights.
And I think we'll follow up more on your interesting, the subject you'd have touched upon in the next round. Thank you. So we go on to our last but not the least speaker, Ms. Hila Yoon, who is the founder of Afghan Youth Ambassadors for Peace organization, a grassroots NGO working in the eastern provinces of Pakistan, focusing on UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and 2250 on women, peace, and security, and on youth peace and security, respectively. Ms. Yoon is currently a research consultant with Amnesty International. So, Ms. Yoon, you have led many initiatives in Afghanistan. Among the initiatives you've led, what are some of those that have entailed inclusive dialogue towards peace building?
Thank you, Ms. Dibika. Salam, everyone. So when I started my organization, Afghan Youth Ambassador for Peace Organization, I was just 19 years old, too much energy and limited knowledge of the work that I was doing. But throughout working with the local community, I have learned a lot, especially because I come from a grassroots experience, and that's why I want to share what initiative we have done and what support we need from international community, but also all the religious leaders who are present here, including parliamentarians and state members. The first time when we went to local communities and started working on peace building, we wanted to tackle a lot of issues. So we said, okay, we will train young people on gender equality, leadership, and involve everyone on peace building dialogues. The more we work, the more we learn how it's to bring a social change, it takes time, but to bring a social change, it's not just young people cannot do it alone. We need to involve all the stakeholders, including religious leaders, but most importantly, tribal leaders as well, depending on the country's context. I remember when we first went to the eastern provinces, one of the provinces was Nangarhar, and we went to a district called Achin. So we went to and we conducted a workshop with the local women there about gender equality and what the UN is. So she came to me and said, like, I don't care about the UN, I don't care about what the other organizations are doing, I don't have food for my children the next day. So that's my priority. So when it comes to peace building and doing any activities, it's really important that every approach we have must be conflict sensitive, but also considering the country's foundation as well. In countries like Afghanistan, if you want to make spaces for interfaith dialogue, religious dialogue, we need to start building the foundation first. Right now in Afghanistan, schools are banned. We don't even have basic health care for women and girls in Afghanistan. So when we're talking about big issues in these conferences, like come, we will talk about interfaith dialogues, while one of the countries don't have basic human rights. So let's talk about that and think about that for a moment. And what we've learned so far throughout working in this field is always having a bottom-to-top approach. Don't come with a standard program implementation in countries like Afghanistan and then talk about peace and other processes. We don't even have the basic foundation and the basic resources. And one of the things while working with young people is obviously we don't have any trust that is with us and the political leaders and the tribal leaders and the religious leaders. And why is that? Because throughout the years, there was no program that was involving young people to sit at the table of processes. We often come to these conferences and we bring a young person to talk in these panel discussions, but unfortunately, even right now, half of the hall is empty. Half of the stakeholders are not present at this hall. So if you're asking for a young person to come and talk to you, it's very important that the organization consider the structure of the conference as well. If we keep coming here and providing the same speeches, the same statement that my country has improved this and a space to a young person to talk about it, we really want to be heard. So in order to build trust, it's really important that we start with the structure of how to involve young people in these platforms and these communities and these big organizations. So these are the lessons learned that I have, but also starting with local initiative, one of the things is that we never had funding for anything. We did everything on our own, and we included religious leaders. I remember that one time we were doing a consultation with young people, and we didn't even have a space, but one of the mosques in the local community, they offered us that, okay, this is a mosque, you can come, we have electricity, and we can hold a conversation on women's access to education from Islamic perspective. These are the initiatives that actually bring change in a community, and that will pave way for other organizations and international organizations to conduct interfaith dialogues. But right now, the important way is to start with localization, start with a bottom-to-top approach, not just having international conferences and no implementation on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hila, and thank you most of all for that challenge to all of us. It's so wonderful and so inspiring to have you. it just sort of draws our attention to the fact how much we need youth to be engaged, not as an afterthought from right at the beginning, as decision makers as well. I just read yesterday in one of the documents that we received that less than 26% of parliamentarians are women and less than 3% youth. And I'm sure the percentage is even less within the religious institutions and faith-based organization. So we really do need the engagement and leadership role of youth such as yourself, Hila. So maybe I could stick with you, Hila, after the inspiring work that you mentioned that you were doing in Afghanistan, and how there's a need for youth to be respected for their own expertise, their experience, insight, and knowledge. So in that case, what would your call be to the religious leaders, practitioners, and parliamentarians? What would you ask them to do in order to include the youth voices, to amplify them, particularly youth voices among the youth women?
Thank you, Ms. Deepika. Because we have limited time, I just have 3 recommendations at the 3 level. At the international level, when we come to these conferences, it's important that the flow of information goes at the local level as well. Why we never achieve most of the things when we attend these conferences? Because we finish the conferences, we have an outcome document, but nobody knows what's going on at the local level. Like, what is this conference about? It's really important that when you're bringing young people to these conferences, provide them funding so they can bring the flow of information to the local level and explain that this was a conference where international leaders came and they have provided opportunities for young people. Young people will not trust you if you don't know that these platforms and these spaces exist. And one of the things is lack of information. So please provide support to funding for grassroots initiative that can bring the flow of information from international level to grassroots level. Make sure the issues are thematic. We're tackling so many issues in these conferences, so there's just too many issues and not enough solution because we get fatigued by the information that we're getting. And also, most of the time, we're just bringing experts. The experts sit with experts, and then the experts give recommendation to each other, and then they go home. It's important when you make these conferences, make it inclusive, but also bring people with less experiences so they can learn and have opportunities to learn why these structure exists and why it's so important to learn about peace building and interfaith. And engage and provide safe spaces for young people, because when it comes to interfaith dialogues and peace-building dialogues, a lot of young people don't have the security or the space to speak up freely or provide recommendations. It's very important that if young people are coming, especially young women with these recommendations, that you provide them the space, safe spaces. At the regional level, please support regional coalitions or coalition that is led by young women that are working on peace building and meaningful engagement of young people. And also many people who are working in the peace building from conflict-affected countries, they became refugees. So please open your doors, especially the regional countries and neighbors, to young people who are refugees and especially young women. And especially and finally at the local level, please provide flexible funding to local initiative and grassroots experience initiative led by young women, but also provide scholarship opportunities for people who don't have access to education, especially member states who are present in this conference. I know you all have done great things from your statements that this country have done so far, but let us extend your hand to Afghans as well and provide scholarship opportunities for young women from Afghanistan. Schools are banned, universities are banned, nothing is there. The only thing you can do is actually provide scholarship opportunities for young people. And if you don't know enough information, please reach out to us. You don't need to always engage with politicians and parliamentaries. Maybe widen your scope and just get out from that area and engage with young people and tribal leaders at the ground as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hila, and thank you so much for that very, very concrete suggestions and recommendation as what's needed from the youth perspective. So Dr. Gonzalez, Hila just provided that youth perspective, and from your perspective, what do you think are the necessary conditions that would enable effective dialogue between legislators and religious actors?
In reality, the testimony Yun is quite moving and very convincing indeed. We need to ask ourselves the question whether the minimum conditions required from a political perspective are here so that the needs of the youth be met, so that the request for help the international level does not go through national channels in order to reach out the local parties or the regional parties. And it's quite significant that Yun underscores the value and the role played by women and the young girls more particularly, because then we need also to ask ourselves whether the minimum required conditions are here with us so that women can play fully and squarely their role in the public domain, and then they can boost their activities in a normal and natural way. So the main worry remains whether the institutional minimum requirements are here and are available. Is the state in its constitution is present so that the stakeholders can engage in dialogue that will take into consideration the respect for gender, and without these needed and required conditions, as Yoon stated, the international aid perhaps can sometimes be biased or frustrated and will not achieve the real goal it seeks to achieve. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am.
Dr. Gonzalez for sort of sharing what's needed for a conducive condition situation for women and youth participation, and to ensure that we have the minimum requirements in place. So moving on from the conditions to going on to Ms. Dougal, I just wanted to follow up on your previous statement about working with different sectors of society. So might you share with us some of the good practices, better practices, in other words, that exist of dialogue between legislators and religious leaders to promote the rule of law while keeping political and religious spheres of influence?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deepika, and thank you to my panelists for such inspiring contributions. So dialogue is particularly constructive when focused on the lived realities of populations in small geographic areas, such as neighborhoods and villages. And in such a grassroots context, religious leaders and legislators can contribute to common efforts to foster qualities like equality and justice that support the progress of all members of a local community. Religious and state actors alike should focus on releasing the capacity of individuals and communities to contribute to the advancement of society. And both legislators and religious leaders can approach capacity building as a normative and moral endeavor, as much as an economic, technical, and political one. Baha'i communities around the world, literally in all countries, are having such conversations at the grassroots level with individuals within community settings and with their institutions, be they religious institutions in the village or the neighborhood, but also the elected and administrative institutions. And much can be learned from a systematic and scientific inquiry into such communities about how they are learning to apply some of these spiritual principles, such as selflessness, solidarity with others, building capacity, having stewardship for the natural world, to advance broad-based social programs. Two examples that I can share, and particularly because when COVID started, many of these conversations were difficult to sustain. But in Kazakhstan as well as in Iraqi Kurdistan, the Baha'is decided to go online and continue these conversations they were having on using online platforms with many different members of the sectors of their society, including legislators and other religious leaders, to promote a sense of connectedness at a time when we were so disconnected. At the international level, the Baha'i international community has opened its doors to IPP4, which is the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, and we heard from a speaker earlier today. And they have done a lot of work in promoting gender equality and human rights, and particularly the intersection of freedom of religion or belief and gender equality. In fact, the current Special Rapporteur on freedom of religion or belief did a study on this intersection, and we had a discussion at my office on that report with IPP4. So it is examples like this when religious organizations could be working with parliamentarians to formulate a conceptual framework for action that provides both latitude to respond to local circumstances, but also structure, also for the structure that's necessary for diverse efforts to cohere to one movement, one forward movement. And I'm really pleased that the organizers, IPU and others of this conference have brought us together, and hopefully this will be the beginning of such a movement.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dugal, and it is so true that for most effective dialogue, we do need to, it should be sort of a response to the local context and based in lived experiences at the community setting, grassroots level, but at the same time to be as flexible as possible and go according to the change in time. Thank you, Ms. Dugal. So I move on to High Priest Balung, and I sort of interrupted you earlier when you were talking about your experience in Benin. So High Priest Balagun, may I ask, like, from your experience within the country of Benin as the voodoo leader, how can we strengthen interreligious dialogues among the various faith traditions, including the indigenous leaders?
Thank you.
Le dialogue needs to be sincere and credible and deep and realistic and pragmatic between religious leaders of the same creed, religious leaders of the same creed, and involving other creeds as well. So if this dialogue is sincere and pragmatic, then we can achieve a sincere dialogue involving the legislators, and particularly in Benin. So the legislator, or the really, it comes from the masses, particularly made up of religious people, tribal leaders, children, and youth and women. It's to the extent that for most of the laws that are passed in Parliament, the legislators take the opinion of the masses, and many of the occasions, the laws that are really voted, they benefit the masses. I would like, particularly, I give the example of religious leaders. Thanks to the legislators, we have been able to obtain celebration days open to celebrate each of the feasts, that whether Christian or Muslim, and we and all, even indigenous religions, involving through the dialogue between us and the parliamentarians, then this is a genuine dialogue, and there is a framework for concerted action, particularly that sees to it to the regularity of the resolutions taken between by religious leaders and the legislators. And this opportunity really is an opportunity to say that the Marrakesh conference should lead to a resolution or recommendation. I'd like to suggest to the conference the setting up and establishment of a committee, a spiritual committee, to help with our prayers, the countries, to help the countries where today there are violences that are extended against people just because of religions. And I think with our prayers, we are going to really stand in the way of fatality, creating havoc. Thank you.
High Priest Balung for that very reminding us, of course, that the legislators are also from those of faith and no faith and belonging to the communities. And there is this deep connection and links between faith actors and legislators, and there's much to be celebrated due to this relationship, and that needs to be further strengthened. Thank you. So we move on to my next question, and this is for Ms. Aisha Adams. Ms. Adams, one of the things that we've sort of heard from everyone, how there is a need to strengthen and improve dialogues between legislators and religious actors, and we heard about the various conditions that are required and what a successful dialogue would look like and it would entail. What would you think, what would you add to that we can improve to further strengthen dialogue between legislators and religious leaders, that that makes it not that they're in competition with one another, but rather that complements one another's efforts?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As I said, that tolerance and dialogue is the key to peace. The religious leaders and politicians have to work together. When they put across issues to legislatures and they come up with a law, that law cannot be implemented or enforced by the legislatures themselves. But we have some other people who are involved in the enforcement and implementation. So like the police people, like the judges and some other implementers, we should all come together and work together as one for the betterment of our country. And also when we are coming up with groups or committees that deals with religious issues, I think it is good to come up with committees that are inclusive. It is not fair to form a committee that deals with religious issues and you put people of the same denomination. Different denominations should be represented in that committee. For instance, we have Public Affairs Committee in our country whereby a number of denominations are represented. And also, even when we go to our education, the people that comes up with the education curriculum, that grouping should also be inclusive, because if you don't do that, they will come up with a curriculum which will hinder some other people's beliefs. For instance, if they come up with religious studies, and then you left out a certain religion in coming up with that curriculum, definitely it won't be good for them. So inclusive is very, very important. And when we are coming up with those groups, we should make sure that women are also represented, because if we go to religion, we know that we have women who are pastors, women who are bishops, women who are sheikhs. So those people should be included. This is the time that as women we are saying no to decisions that made for women without women. Because when instability comes in a country, women and children are the most affected people. As Parliament, we are finalizing Interfaith Caucus of Parliaments, which will be dealing with the issues to do with the religions together with the religion leaders. Because as the example that I gave you earlier, that we have a chaos to do with the dressing of Muslim girls in schools. As parliamentarians, we did nothing because we had no platform on how we can handle that issue. But now we have realized that there is a gap whereby politicians has to come in and act on that. So soon we'll be finalizing that caucus so that we should be working hand in hand with our religious leaders. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. That is so wonderful that you will be having a caucus that would be dealing with that. And thank you also for sort of emphasizing the fact that it is critical and most essential to be very inclusive in terms of gender, age, or religion and all. So thank you for that. So my next question, the last question among the panels, I would move on to Mr. Salman. We've heard about some of the successes about the connection, the link, the collaborative efforts of legislators and religious leaders. In your opinion and experience of collaboration between the religious actors and legislators to promote the rule of law, what has worked, and we've heard some of the successes, and as well as could you share what has been some of the challenges that might be encountered?
Thank you very much. Actually, Bahrain has a lot of success stories which needs to be addressed. أعتقد أن البحرين
I think that Bahrain has extensive experiences over a period that is not that long. There are clear indicators concerning this cooperation between legislators and faith leaders and judges and stakeholders concerned by Sharia, Islamic law, and the implementation or enforcement of the law. There is an act or a law that was based on a number of legislative texts in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The conditions that were brought about, especially after the key role played by the Center of His Majesty King Mohammed for coexistence between faiths and religions. There had to be a close communication between the stakeholders involved in the Bahraini society, particularly legislators, and we have had, I have had an extensive experience at Parliament, and I can say that we have managed to sit down with faith leaders from different denominations and public opinion makers in order to find out about their viewpoints on how to pass legislation that is considered by the Parliament. There are at least two examples that I can think of. There is a law in Bahrain. It's called this is a fund, expenditure fund, and this concerns the economic and subsistence matters regarding the needy families. But since this is a sensitive question that deals with the expenditure as it is ordained and determined in Islamic law, we had, as parliamentarians, to sit down on many occasions with faith leaders to find out the best way to come up with a text, an act that is, that protects families, and this law is now implemented in Bahrain. There is another law also in which there has been cooperation between parliamentarians and faith leaders, and that concerns personal statutes, which has taken a new dimension, and there was a lot of wisdom that was shown in its adoption by the parliament and faith leaders, and we managed to come up with a law that is made up of two parts, and this concerns the personal statute provisions regarding matters that relate to the legislation, to families and to social needs. And there are parliamentary committees in the Shura Council and the House of Representatives that take into consideration the viewpoints of faith groups and faith leaders. Thank you.
Mr. Solomon, it's wonderful to know that Bahrain has enacted laws and policies conducive to strengthen the relationship between religious leaders and the legislators, and that is always, that's a wonderful example. And this very conference is that opportunity, providing that platform to have that interaction and that partnership and collaborative action for the betterment for all the people. So thank you for that. So we will come back to our panelists later, but now we will open the floor for question, comments, and observations from the participants. And just would like to mention that, please, we have limited time, and if you could kindly stick to the 2 minutes that's allotted to you. And before we open the floor, just wanted to make a quick announcement. At 1 o'clock till 2:30 p.m. today, there is a side event that is being organized by Rabita Mohammedia de Ulemas, and it will be in Phase 2 upstairs, and there will be simultaneous interpretation available, and the languages that would be English, Arabic, and French. So that's at 1 o'clock. All right, moving on to the floor. So we have this list of representatives who would like to speak. The first one is the distinguished representative from the Arab Parliament. You have the floor now. Delegate from the Arab Parliament. All right. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear attendees, peace and blessing of God be on you. I'm honored and privileged to thank immensely all the panelists, particularly on behalf of the Arab Parliament, particularly I'd like to convey appreciation and gratitude to the UBI and the government of Morocco and the Parliament of Morocco in view of the topic that has been on the rule of law. We have some observation to float as well as recommendation to put forth. Strengthening dialogue. Interfaith dialogue is not the responsibility of the religious institutions, but also the responsibility that is shared by everyone, and the institutions, particularly the parliament, and the legislators shoulder the responsibility of ensuring this dialogue that needs to be quite strong and fight against discrimination and racism. There is need to make a distinction between the freedom of thinking and the freedom of worship, particularly. So we need on behalf of the Arab Parliament, we need to call this. There is a muting of the microphone, Madam Chairperson. We can't hear.
We have to insist on the issues that concern the humanity in general, taking into account the common denominators relating to values of the humankind, and fourth, the relationship between legislators and the religious leaders should not be limited to a conference that brings them together. If we want to ensure the rule of law as far as promoting interfaith dialogue is concerned, we need to come up with an institutional framework for a regular relationship between legislators and faith leaders to achieve our objective, which is to come up with a modern, innovative system to promote dialogue and understanding between different faiths and religions. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
For our next speakers, we have delegates from GISRA Project, Rabida Mohammedia, and distinguished representative from Pakistan. So, Mr. Baku, GISRA Project, you have the floor. Mr. Baku, are you present? All right, so maybe we move on to the next one, the delegate from Rabida Mohammedia.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most time really does not make it possible for me to express all I have. I'm particularly making it possible for the religious and non-religious people to enjoy their freedom. We would like to congratulate ourselves with the United Nations decision and resolution, particularly on. I'd like to go into the nitty-gritty. There are 2 points, bullet points that cover the topic that is under the concern. The first of these is the interfaith dialogue, more particularly, and the efforts that are in order to radiate coexistence and coexistence. All the initiatives, particularly pertaining to this, is an achievement that needs to be, whose return needs to be upgraded. More particularly, religions have quite an important impact on a daily basis, and if the religious leaders are wise, they can contribute more importantly in the development and growth of the human being, and they can also contribute to the growth and development of the humanity that is really facing quite a lot of challenges. What we heard about coexistence and collaboration really is a good augur. The other sector, particularly that is worthy of our consideration, is the parliamentary work with the religious leaders and issuing laws, particularly to preserve the religious freedom. And there is need to make a distinction at 2 levels. There is one where there is a minimum requirement, particularly that we need not overlook, and all the laws need to work, is to criminalize anything that may really contribute to lead to defamation, or and this is quite an important sector whereby parliaments and religious leaders can engage in. And the second thing and sector particularly to really meet the religious needs, and particularly the right for thinking and the right for leveling criticism. So we need to avoid particularly all the matter is not necessarily just to issue laws, but also to look at the environments where these laws are issued, and particularly the wisdom of the states and appropriate management is quite important, more than just issuing laws, so particularly that will contribute to impact negatively on. And there is need also to respect the laws of every country, and so particularly this should be carried out in parallel, particularly to encourage dialogue. Thank you, and I'm sorry, Madam Chairperson, if I've taken more time than necessary.
Thank you so much, and please, all speakers after, please limit yourself to 2 minutes. We have very limited time, and there are many other speakers that needs to have their opportunity. So next is, may I call the distinguished representative of Pakistan? You have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor. We must understand that fundamental freedom and rights emanating therefrom for more and just cohesive societies are largely considered secular and promotes a logic that religious beliefs and practices should be kept to people's private lives. Where it is considered relevant, it tends to be instrumental to serve aims of secular humanitarian system alone. Some local faith leaders and actors who prioritize religious activities such as religious gatherings and study of religious teachings may not want to engage with international humanitarian actors, yet there are many who are ready and willing to engage with wider humanitarian system. Both sides have limited knowledge about each other, and they lack capacity to become barriers to engagement and work parallel to each other and not as partners. Parliamentarians are representatives of their constituencies, also possess a certain standing in society and can mobilize resources, both financial and otherwise. Whereas religious leaders and local faith actors can mobilize human capital, while parliamentarians can focus on implementation of and coordination with local and international donors. They can work together, budgeting their reform and taking voice of local faith actors to parliament to initiate meaningful legislation. I'll give you an example. In Pakistan, the government's polio campaign in many areas was hindered because of religious beliefs and political affiliations influenced public opinion. Imams were asked to join fight against polio by reassuring public that no harm, medical, social or religious, comes from life-saving polio schemes. A sermon by an imam is all it took to change misconception about polio vaccinations in some communities in Pakistan. In this context, I propose, 1, local faith actors be encouraged to cooperate with parliamentarians for passage of relevant laws for promoting rights and fundamental freedom. 2, local faith actors be convinced by parliamentarians that the necessity to act as bridge builders to promote fundamental freedom. 3, giving importance to local faith actors and by taking them into confidence to legislation by parliamentarians for the assistance and help as a bridge in promoting rights and fundamental freedom by A, inculcation of human dignity and social justice as envisaged by all religions. B, helping humanity, which is the cornerstone of all religions. C, interfaith collaboration as there is one goal for all religions. Thank you for attendance.
Thank you so much. So the next round of speakers, the distinguished representative from Morocco, South Sudan, Guinea, and Iran. So the distinguished representative from Morocco, you have the floor.
Excuse me, name, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Leila Dahina, a Member of Parliament and head of the Youth. Microphone, please. I would like first to extend warm greetings to all the delegations that have come from all parts of the world to take part in this dialogue. Since we're talking about a culture of dialogue, that means that we are talking about differences, respect for the other. I would like to talk today in particular about youth, because when we talk about young people, we talk about only one equation. Youth are either victims or they are offenders, and therefore we have to make sure that we take interest in them and care for them before they become offenders. And that is why I support the sister Yoon who talked about from Afghanistan, who said that we should not be afraid of young people. We should listen to them. Yes, we need the wisdom and the sagacity of religious leaders, but we also need the imbalance and also the fogginess of ideas that exists among young people. So we call for further involvement of young people, making sure they are part and parcel of the dialogue at all levels, because there are risks, there are perils looming over all of us, and that is radicalism and extremism and terrorism. We have to listen to young people so that we can come up with positive outcomes. Thank you.
From South Sudan. Distinguished representative from South Sudan, you have the floor.
Bismillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah.
Our Prophet is kith and kin. I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor, and thanks the attendees for lending an ear. Dear brothers and sisters, the Republic of Southern Sudan is considered a pioneer in its own, in the field of fight against hatred and among the citizens. And we have been able to secure through the parliament to draft a legislation that criminalizes and penalizes any person really who engages in spreading hate speeches, more particularly among the religions and targeting the community of the religious. There is no existence in the Republic of Southern Sudan. We have no problem so far among religions. So far, so good. They might be under one roof. We might have, and in one family, you might have a Muslim and a Christian living under one roof, or vice versa, a Christian living together in one with the Muslim, and also a Latinid. And this is the reason why I would like to put forth a recommendation in this very important conference and Congress, which has really discussed and addressed all the relevant issues, particularly pertaining to the community, that the communities where congregate religious people of creeds. Would like to suggest the following in the form of recommendation to table. One, the first recommendation: there is need for a narrative that goes against hate speech, particularly in the mass media, and in the second. We need to really encourage passion and compassion among people, and fraternal development between people and religions, so that we can be in a position to fight against hate speech. Because hate really is something that is not accepted by all religions and by all communities. Really, no country lives and wishes to adopt hate. So this is the reason why we encourage a narrative to encourage a narrative, particularly that goes against hate speech. Thanking you for giving us the opportunity. Back to you, ma'am.
Next, the distinguished representative from Guinea.
Good morning. Thank you all, Madam Chairperson. I'm Reverend Pastor Samuel Tidiano, advisor to the President of the National Transition. This is a good example to emulate for cohabitation involving MPs and people of religion. The peace of God accompany this meeting of Marrakesh. I'd like to say my prayer and compassion for those of us who are threatened in their respective countries because of their belongings and religious affiliations. There have been quite many really positive suggestions put forth in the Marrakesh. The dialogue needs to go beyond the legislations and to involve the magistrates and judges and civil society stakeholders in a country where where MPs meet with civil society organizations and judges. We can really harvest quite a lot of fruitful results. I'd like to put forth the recommendation that the legislators involve judges and magistrates, particularly so that religious leaders can really transmit and convey these lessons to the grassroots communities. We need to limit. Those who preaches propaganda and hate speech need to be banned and need to be really. We need not give them the opportunity to engage. They need not be given the freedom. MPs, together with the magistrate, need to work towards curbing and limiting this. And so we need to provide training at the level of parliament. So UIP needs to make sure that there is a watch group that is available in the parliament and in order to ensure dialogue to continue in the countries of the world. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am.
Next, the distinguished representative from Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, I would like to thank the hosting of Kingdom of Morocco. So the most important role of sending messengers is actually keeping on going, so that we send prophets for guiding human beings. So the need for a just society is having justice. The first and main content of the justice should be dividing the responsibilities evenly between all nations. So today, unfortunately, the international institutions are in such a way that they neglect the rights of human beings, and at the same time they try to oppress people and put pressure on them. So each international decision that actually undermines their interest, they veto it. And the countries which want to be independent, they try to actually oppress them. They support terroristic groups and try to create a dividends among the countries, and at the same time kill thousands of people. In a period of 245 years, more than 300 wars were waged by them. So in order to actually face this is actually fighting against these cruel policies, and the chances should be divided evenly, and the international United Nations should not be an instrument in the hands of a few people, and whatever they have interests should not be actually given opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect that the IPU creates the event possibilities for representatives of all nations to actually reflect their views. Thank you.
تحض على الكراهية الدينية.
Unfortunately, hate speech is available, and so how is it possible to ban and bar hate speech, particularly in order to avoid the difficult consequences? And so with regard to those who defame the creeds and religions of others, and those who insult and create confrontations that are inappropriate, they need to be criminalized, they need to be sanctioned. Those who burn the Holy Quran and those who insult our Prophet, particularly, they need to be given the appropriate sanction. And those who create havoc, particularly also any religious creed or any person who perpetrates these things need to be penalized, particularly I need to be sanctioned so that he be given he serves as an example and working towards creating an environment whereby coexistence and peace can prevail. Thank you.
Next we have Mr. Abdul Latif. You have the floor.
شكرا. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، قداسة رجال الدين.
Distinguished participants, esteemed representatives of different religions, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps and of civil society organizations, I will not take too much of your time because today's discussion is about interfaith and a lot has been said. But there is a key question that we have to ask. Will the law make it possible to change mindset and behavior and conduct towards others, or is it going to be limited to just legal texts? There are a number of texts that have been adopted, but they are not really implemented. And how can we open up to other areas such as education and training? For example, in the institution Rihla, we work on the upbringing and grooming of young people through art to make sure that they coexist with others. Allow me, Excellencies, to be very frank. With all these initiatives, there is still a lot to be done in order to make sure that we bring up young men and women in a way that will enable them to be responsible towards others. As the youngest person taking the floor, I would like to call on you to stand, all of you, to get against hate speech, regardless of the political or religious affiliation, making sure that we can bring about a world that is large enough for everyone. So we call also on you to discuss all of this in areas and platforms where young people would be involved so that we can address the future, because it is a common future and we want it to be safe and to be there for everyone.
So we have very limited time now, and so in the remaining time, I would like to give an opportunity for our distinguished panelists to say in 1 minute or less, as brief as possible, your closing thoughts. So I'll start with Mr. Salman. Anything you would like to offer before we end?
Yeah, in 1 minute only. I think I would like to emphasize on what my colleague, Dr. Gonzalez, said from France about the developing the dynamics of the societies towards the acceptance of the others and acceptance of the dialogue in the society, which is very important. And also I would like to emphasize all the points that my colleague from Afghanistan, Ms. Yoon, had mentioned about the difficulties and the challenges that facing the society and how can we overcome those And I think we can take Afghanistan as a good example because the challenges are still there, and the people, especially young and women, they are trying hard, unfortunately without the help of or enough help from the international, from the whole world. Things about having the basic rules and regulations in the society is very basic in making sure that successful dialogue and also enough cooperation between the religious groups and the legislators is very important in order to maintain the stability of the society.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adams.
Thank you very much. Madam Moderator, may I ask all the legislators and all leaders to come up with laws that are inclusive for the benefit of all, and enforcers and implementers to do the needful. People are being tortured and people are being killed in the name of religion. Let me wind up by reminding the audience that a good leader does not promote hatred. A good leader does not kill. If you are one of them, please repent or resign. If you are a religious leader who promotes hatred among your people in the country, I ask the Creator, the one who gave you that life, who gave me this life, the one who takes the life from us, should take your life as soon as possible, because you don't deserve to live. Yes, because you are making people, you are bringing hatred into the people, which is not good. So if you are with me, if you are a good leader, you put your hands together for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to High Priest Balagun. Your short, brief, a sentence or two, please, your remarks.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to reiterate the suggestion I made to create a committee for spiritual mutual assistance to help the countries where there are various tensions. And I would like to take this opportunity to announce that in Benin, we hold, regardless of the faith denominations, a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage for indigenous religions that is held at the end of July of each year. This year it will be held on 28th to 30th July. We pray together for peace in sacred places, the sacred abode of the God of the earth, and we shall ask the goddess of the earth to help us to live in peace in Benin. Therefore, I would like to invite all the participants in this conference to come to Benin in order to benefit from that experience which is rooted in peace. In addition to that,
Thank you for that invitation to all. So we have very few minutes left, so I just wanted to, and apologies for cutting you all off, but then I just request you to be very brief as possible. So, Ms. Dugal, your last words.
Thank you so much. The last words for this moment,
Yes,
I hope.
Sorry, yes, for this moment.
I think the key word we heard today and over the past few days has been collaboration. And in collaboration, there's no room for competition. So I think it's time for us to set aside competing interests and work across the divides, across any divisions, be they political or religious, to work towards the well-being of humankind. I think sometimes when we are working with parliamentarians, there is the danger of getting involved in some of the partisan politics. And I think for religious leaders, we need to safeguard against that and work across those divisions. And likewise, for parliamentarians to work with all religions, not only the ones that you support or come from, because that is the way we will be able to promote unity in society.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bani Lugal. So, Dr. Gonzalez, your closing remarks.
Quisiera subrayar la importancia de dos puntos que
I would like to underline the importance of two questions that are included in the work documents of this conference, which is the creation of a committee for interfaith dialogue and interreligious dialogue within the parliament. And second recommendation, take into consideration the recommendations of the United Nations and some of its agencies or specialized bodies such as UNESCO regarding the promotion of interfaith dialogue. This is a means to make the most of the knowledge and experiences, past experiences and lessons learned in order to adopt them and in the settlement of local and international disputes.